afternoon, Barometer! Oh, come on! It's day 2 of Barometer International Bar Show 2021, and I need a bit more from you. That was a 3. Let me hear a 6. How you doing, Barometer? Okay, and now we're going to go for a 9. I'm going to save the 10 when I introduce our first speaker from the bar concept stage. So let me hear a 9. How you doing, Barometer? Kind of getting there. It's early days, all right? Now, we had an amazing day 1. We had some great speakers throughout the venue. Who saw some talks yesterday? Good, good. And obviously for those who haven't seen the talks, obviously this is the main star stage. You've got a few other stages. You've got the bars, which will be kicking off. Yeah, they've already kicked off, which is great. Obviously the food outside, but this is where all the action happens. Now, obviously you've got a whole range of bar downstairs for your delectation. But these bar concepts, this is the first year that we're having the bar concepts on the star stage. It just gives an opportunity for the guests that have come and explain their bars. They got about 15 minutes each. And this morning, I believe we have 4 different bars. And I'm going to introduce the first speaker. But before I do, especially for those who are coming along to stages later, when you come on stage, obviously it's a big stage and there's bright lights and there's people in front of you and there's a little bit of nerves. So how your audience reacts, especially since we haven't seen anybody in real life for nearly 2 years, it's very important to get the vibe. So I need everybody standing up, please. That's it. Even you. Yes. Everybody up, because you want to feel that vibe. And when they go home and they go, how was Barometer? How was Ukraine? They go, great, the crowd went wild for me. So I want you to go wild. Can you go wild for me? Because in a second, I'm going to introduce the main man here, Stes. He's coming from Bash Bar in Minsk. So can I hear you go wild for our first bar concept? Come on stage, Stes. Woo!
Hello and welcome from hospitable Belarus, Minsk. We are the Bash Bar and I am the manager of this fantastic bar. So let me tell a little bit about ourselves and about our fantastic bar culture. Before that, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers and to everybody who is here. Kiev, thank you so much. You're so cool. So, let's cut to the chase. Bash Bar is part of a chain, and it's Dennis Docking's chain. He is the founder. We have the Clever Irish pub. There's also the Clever Rock, which is more kind of a rock, something like the Ugly Coyote. The Lounge Bar, and us, the Bash Bar. So, if you've been to Minsk, if you've been to Belarus, you probably visited the Bar Duck. Have you heard about Bar Duck? Actually, it's a very popular bar, quite well known in both Lithuania and Kiev, and it had its 7th anniversary recently, but unfortunately there was a change and our concept overtook it. So what is the thing? You might have heard this Russian expression, bash na bash, which means equal barter. So we exchange, we barter our good drinks for your emotions. So this is a small video which shows our essence.
Спасибо. Вот.
Thank you. Thank you. So, the main thing for our bar is going local, going ethnic. So we have the, say, nettles cordial or blueberry yogurt. We want to have as many homemade things as possible. So in regular days and working days, we are the kind of regular cocktail bar, but on weekends we have theme parties. Like on September 1st, we had the famous Russian singer day who sang about that day, or sometimes the speakeasy themed parties, gangster New York parties. And of course, the staff, the team is crucial for a bar, and they are so cool that I must say a few words about them. Some of the guys have been working for 10 years in different venues. Some are younger, but like the core team is 6 persons, and altogether we are developing the ideas about bar management, because those who actually work at the bar have the best ideas. Artyom unfortunately couldn't come here, our chief manager. Andrei, art director, is not part of the team, but he's one of the best DJs in Minsk, so he collaborates with us, he provides sound at our parties. And Polina there. This gentleman, you can meet them today. He works with Elizaveta in our stand. And there's also Alexander who could come, and that's me. So, I want to show you a teaser of our cocktail card, our menu.
Спасибо. Главное что?
So what's important for us? The drink has to be interesting, it has to have this thickness, and it has to evoke emotions. Our partner is the Bulbash company. They produce Belarusian spirits, not only vodka. They produce some ethnic things like Krupnik or Starka, and they also provide us with an interesting spirit, Vochinoche. And we developed a drink with blueberry, lime, and vanilla. And we really worked a lot on that, and well, it helped us produce our unique proposal. You can buy it, you can taste it only in our place. It's not available anywhere in town. So all the drinks are named in Belarusian, and all the names are a reference to either famous Belarusians, for example, like the Bogdanovich's famous book, The Shining Venus. Also, it's the name of our cocktail. And here you can see, say, our variation between the French 75 and Pornstar Martini with homemade cornflower liquor. Or on the red, it's our variation of the Bloody Mary with moonshine and rye bread and dill. Or this is the Savitsky cocktail, named after a famous Belarusian artist, Leo Sapeg, and so on. I will not go into the details about every drink, because you can hear all the stories from our bartenders on our stand. We are located in the very center of Minsk, so if you're ever in town, please come visit us. And this is the Vochinoche, the Ice of the Night. This is the famous local liquor, which is available only in our place. Thanks, and see you at the stand. Bye.
I was just busy getting involved. So can we hear a big cheer for our first speaker, Stes? Woo! Yeah, nice. Okay, so that was our first bar concept talk. And next on stage, I believe they're up there. We've got the Nipper Vinyl and Cocktail Bar from Odessa. You here? Is Nipper? Yes, yes, I'm going to say that as a yes. I see a waving person at the back. So once again, I know it's a big struggle to get off those comfy seats, but if I can ask you, please, to be upstanding. Let's make some noise from the Nipper Vinyl and Cocktail Bar from Odessa! Woo! Hey, hey.
Доброе утро, друзья.
Good morning. Hi. I'm Dennis. This is Maxim. There's also another girl who will come up to the stage now. She's getting her mic. We came here from Odessa. So let me start from myself. I'm the owner of this bar. So I want to tell a story which happened before we opened, before even I had the vision of the bar. I love vinyl. I have a turntable at home. I had about like 100 vinyls, jazz and blues and rock, electronic. Like here, you've just heard Nicholas Jar. I adore him. I have all his discs. So, then at some moment, the time and place matched. I had the possibility to open a bar, and of course, I had to put a turntable there. So, we don't have digital music at all. Nothing is played from the phones. This is Daria, our fantastic Daria. Yeah, continue. So we started thinking about the concept. What do we do? Okay, we have the vinyl. What else? Do we serve cocktails or not? Where do we get the room? What are the ambitions? Like, what do we want? So we started reading. We started reading about the story of the vinyl. We started thinking about the branding or a logo, like what could be there. And you probably have read this information that at the end of the 19th century, there was one of the first record labels which published the vinyl discs, and also they produced the first recorders. And the logo of that company in the late 19th century, it looked something like this. We did change some things. They had the Nipper fox terrier, the dog called Nipper. This was the dog owned by the owner of that company. And when the guy died, the dog kept listening to the voice of the owner. They even had the slogan, his master's voice. So the dog even tried to break the turntable because she thought the owner is alive. She could hear his voice. But actually it was vinyl. So why vinyl? Because it's the authentic, the nice, original sound with all the hisses and the noises from the needle. So it really brings the authenticity to the bar. You know, we have the candles, we have dimmed light, the sound of vinyl, and cocktails. What else do you need? So the video was supposed to open. No, it didn't open. So this is our facade. This is when we have opened. This is how we look. Yekaterinsk Street 32, the very center of Odessa. This is the dog. Oh, and this is the video from our opening.
Спасибо.
Thank you. This is just a picture I like. So, Maxim, our bartender. Actually, we have a fantastic team, Maxim and Dasha. They really are like my close people who are with me every day in that bar. I am very grateful that I have the honor to work with them. And Maxim, our bartender, will tell you more about our cocktails. Hi, guys. Lately, we see a trend going more kind of virtual or digital. Things become virtual, things becomes digital, electronic, and people start having nostalgia. They want to have a touch of something which might be not that comfortable, not as easy to use as digital technologies, but something which is very clear and understandable. Same with the sound. A streaming service is very flexible, so in any place, in any situation, anytime you can listen to anything you want. But there's always something, there's always a story which leads to the revolution. And one of the revolutions was vinyl. Vinyl was actually evoking emotions in people. And this is still valid today. People want to touch it. People want to listen to the vinyl disc. So the concept of our cocktail bar is that every cocktail is named after a performer. In our bar, you can even bring your own record. You can put your own record or select a record from our collection, the one that would fit your cocktail. And you can enjoy the music and drink that cocktail. Because this is one of the attributes of the emotions. Because cocktails are not only about the taste. They're about the mood. You might come there with your friends or alone, and you select the cocktail which fits your emotional state. It's great if you have your favorite performer. You can bring your own plate and add it to our collection, and then you can add your drink to the menu of the bar. Because this would be a drink specific for that record. So we are talking about everything, the sound, the memory, the mood, the aroma, the garnish, everything is wrapped around this drink. So for this event, the long-awaited event, we brought 4 cocktails. One of the cocktails is Chuck Berry, the father of rock and roll music. It has its kind of special twist, but also it's very drinkable. Another cocktail is Led Zeppelin, which is, well, guess what? Smoky. It is smoky just like the explosive music of this band. We have Madonna, the queen of pop. And her music is always gentle, it's always tender, flowing, but it still is a cult. So if you visit our stand and try that cocktail, it can tell you a lot more than I do. And our last cocktail is Modern Talking. This is probably the music of our parents, well, at least if we are talking about the guys my age. And this cocktail is about nostalgia. And also, we want people to come to our bar and touch the history of music, the way they touch the history of cocktails or twists to famous cocktails. So visit our stand and touch history. And if or when you come to Odessa, of course, visit our bar. The video is supposed to open the video from our opening ceremony. Yeah, here it is. Thank you.
Хочу еще добавить про пластинки в нашем.
Let me also add a few words about the records in our bar. When we only opened, we didn't know how popular the concept gets, because we only had Denis's collection. You see, there they are, the original. And now, actually, we have a huge amount of records, because people donate their records, they bring it to us, we buy it, and it was so popular that we couldn't even imagine it. We are the only bar which has all vinyl parties, so we don't have anything digital, and I think we are the only bar which has it like that. So guys can put any record they want, and they say, wow, it's so great that I can listen to this music on vinyl, and we are happy to connect to the audience. Also, we have the free vinyl days when people say, Dasha, can we play a set for your guests, say Thursday, 5 o'clock? And we say yes, of course. And we have vinyls everywhere so that everybody would know that we are a vinyl bar. And also, we have a fantastic open kitchen. Why is it fantastic? Because the guests can sit at a bar and watch the cook and talk to the cook. We have snacks, snacks which would go together well with the cocktail. And also, we have 4 fantastic fish tartars. Well, it's actually fish, meat, and even venison tartar. So if you want to try the best tartar in Odessa, come to us. And this is our Instagram. If you scan the QR code, you can subscribe, and we'll be happy to see you there. And come visit our stand, and have a good day.
Alrighty, let's hear it for the Nipper Bar! Woo! All right, so that was number 2 of 1, 2, 3, 4 bars that we're having at the bar concept this morning, a day 2 barometer. So our next speaker, I'm proud to have known for many years. From the first time I went to Tel Aviv, 7 years ago. I have no idea. But Imperial Bar is one of the outstanding bars in Tel Aviv, and a great scene if you ever get the chance to go over there. It was voted number 17th in the world's best bars in 2015, and the best bar in Africa and the Middle East. So without further ado, if I can ask you to be upstanding. You know the score. And can I hear a huge Kiev welcome for Oran Lerma? Woo!
Can you hear me? Excellent. Wow, this music really works. I was a little worried about it. Hi, everybody. Hello, my name's Alon. I'm from the Imperial Bar. Thank you very much for coming in to hear our stories and give me the opportunity to share with you a little bit about what the Imperial is. But the Imperial starts, as many bars starts, as an idea long before there was even an Imperial, at a bar on a shabby street in Tel Aviv, as shabby as it gets, called the Deli, that had like a little hidden cocktail bar in the back. And this was before Israelis could tell Negronis from Boulevardiers. This was before we could order cocktails. So the owner, one of the owners of this bar, a person called Bar Shira, his name is Bar, he wanted to show his partners how to get Sundays working better. Our Sundays is your Mondays, so how to get people in on Sunday. And he started doing this thing called Sunday Mixology. This was about 2010, where he took up-and-coming bartenders from the city and offered them the chance to serve their menu for one night a week. Nowadays, it's very common for guest bar shifts. In 2010, it was hardly ever heard of. And the bartenders themselves hardly ever got the opportunity to come up with their own cocktail menu, to express themselves. At the time, it was the bar owners who made the menus, and very little space for the bartenders was given. But Bar made the Sunday mixologies, and he worked so well that it became a huge thing in Tel Aviv, where every bartender wanted to have his own opportunity to come up and express his menu, show up his stuff. They started a lot of exchange of ideas. And during that time, Bar and two other bartenders, friends of his in the cities, Dror Terovich, Gilad Livnat, that's Bar Shiri in the middle, they all banded together, realizing that Sunday mixology works so well, they want to move on. They want to create their own bar. They want to open a bar that's dedicated to cocktails only, and literally the first one in Tel Aviv. They had a hard time finding a spot. Most of the landlords refused to lease the cocktail bars or refused to lease the small cocktail bars, thinking that the business plan is just not going to work. Luckily, Gilad's father is the owner of the last family-owned hotel in Tel Aviv called the Imperial, and that is where the name started and where the bar started. So he said, why don't you just use my lobby? The hotel's not a very shiny, fancy one, but it actually worked in our favor, having a high-detailed cocktail bar in the middle of a weird kind of old hotel. At the beginning, we didn't know how much work there's going to be. We didn't think, like the other landlords got into our heads, and we didn't think it's going to work. We didn't think we're going to make money. And the plan was to have the owners work behind the bar itself to pay the costs and to make some money. I remember coming in for the first shift on January 2013. I was coming in from out of town. And as you walk in the lobby, you already hear the shakers rattling and the place making a lot of noise, a lot of susurration. And I walk in the door, Bar grabs me at the door, he pulls me to a side table, puts a shot and a bottle of Blanco tequila and says, just pour yourself, don't ask the bartenders for anything, we're swamped, we have a lot of work to do. And the Imperial has been full ever since. Ever since the first day that we've opened, our crowd, our guests were so clamoring, we're so ready to have this intimate, the unique cocktail bar experience that it really worked wonders. It really hit it from the get-go. But at first, it was the three owners and myself, I'm the first employee of Imperial, working behind the bar ourselves. And there's a unique experience you get when it is the owner himself serving you, hosting you. Because they're the owner. They can do whatever they want. They can bend the rules to adjust for you, or they know exactly what's allowed and what's not. And there's this sort of sensation of freedom, of power when you have the owner hosting you themselves. To preserve that unique experience, we realized that we have to train our staff accordingly, because the owners are not going to stay behind the bar for long, especially not if the bar keeps working the way it is. And we started training our staff for independence, for initiative, for feeling like they own the place. And then when you sit down at a bartender, and they're a bartender, they're not the owner, you still get that sensation that the bartender is king and the bartender can do whatever he wants. And they're there to serve you, they're there to host you. Our cocktails are elegant, classic, minimalistic. We don't go for the extravagance in the drinks themselves, so we put in a lot of effort into what goes into the glass. So we work directly with farmers. We have farmers who grow specific produce just for us, like our strawberries come from Yemeni farm, our pineapples from Regev, our limes from Alon, and that way we can secure a guarantee that we'll have fresh produce at the top of its freshness every day of the year. We do our best to be eco-friendly. We're not 100% zero waste, but we don't produce anything that's not organic. So there's no plastic, there's no papers, there's hardly any wastage. We use a lot of unique spirits in our drinks, or spirits that we find unique. We love Genevers and Calvados and Jamaican funk and agricole rums and anything weird and eccentric that we can use in a cocktail that sort of challenges a little bit the flavor experience of the guest are stuff that we absolutely love. And we're a small 38-seat, reservations recommended kind of bar. There's no standing, it's very, very tight, it's very little. A lot of people walk in and are surprised by the size of the place. We thought it was bigger, we thought it was that. But part of the magic is that most of our guests are seated on the bar, and they get served directly by the bartender. There's very few tables and very few opportunities to sit off the bar, which is why often the experience is more focused on hospitality, on the conversation, on the warmness and the connection you create with the bartender. So Imperial's been receiving awards ever since its second year of opening. We've rated number 17 in the world. That's the highest we got in 2015. We're regularly nominated. There's been a lot of talk about how if you come to Tel Aviv, you have to go visit Imperial. We appreciate these awards, and we're very grateful for it, but they also led us to a lot of new challenges. For example, the perception that the bar is always full and so you cannot get in if you don't have a reservation, which is not the kind of conception we wanted our guests to have. If you're one of our guests, if you're one of our regulars, we want you to be able to come in at any time and any place, and we'll be happy to serve you, or we'll find a way to accommodate you. And these awards and this recognition challenged us a lot to that. And now what we try to do is to focus less so on the international side of things and less so on the recognition and more so on our personal, unique experience that we can provide with our guests, on the hospitality that we offer them, on how comfortable they feel with us, and how we are able to create these unique, intimate connections with our guests through the bar experience rather than through international recognition and awards. Our menus used to be seasonal. They are now conceptual in the sense that there's one word that defines the entire menu, and from that word, every cocktail is a separate expression. This is the Grand Tour menu, or the vacations menu, where there are 14 different cocktails, each of them getting you through an experience of a vacation. This came out just before COVID started, which was amazing because during COVID, none of the locals could fly or visit abroad, and then suddenly the menu sort of gives them a little bit of that sensation, a little bit of that glimpse to it. Those of you who are interested, we still have a couple of copies at our stand in the bar area, so you're welcome to come by and ask about it. We'll be happy to share with you the menu itself. So Imperial's been doing a lot of progressive work. Our focus on hospitality, on service, on sales, on management. We've been trying to improve our system. Now the Imperial is not just one bar, it's a group of 5 bars across the city, across the country actually. So we've been working a lot on how to take the ideas that came out of Imperial, take the little things that we succeeded with and copying them to other bars. And if you guys are more interested into that, we will be talking about it more come tomorrow, Sunday, at 5:20 p.m. I'll be sharing a little bit of sales management secrets that we serve. But I want to share with you just one last insight that we have had during this last year and a half period of COVID and quarantine and any number of struggles and difficulties that we've had. And during that year, as usual, Israel is a very challenging place for cocktail bars and bars in general, in the sense that if it's not a plague, if it's not quarantine, that there's a military conflict, and if it's not that, then there's something else. And every now and again you have to close, or every now and again people are worried to come out, or tourists are afraid to come in. And during one of the last quarantines, we've realized, or we've changed a little bit, perfected our ethos, our motto, into that we want to be open at all times. The Imperial is open at all times, and it is full at all times. It's quarantine. If our local rules allow it, we'll be open. It's military conflict, and people are worried or afraid to come out. Some people will always look for a place to come out nevertheless. They'll always look for that little bit of bar escapism, that little bit of pleasant conversation, great cocktail at any one moment. And so we said, the Imperial serves great daiquiris and a warm, hospitable conversation at any time, any moment, any day. You're always welcome to come in. And that is what we're so proud of in the last period. Thank you very much for hearing our story and coming in. It's a pleasure talking to you.
Let's hear it for Ron! Woo! Nice one. Once again, I say I can highly recommend a trip over to Tel Aviv. The hospitality and the welcome that you receive there is second to none. I think he's just shown some of the aspects of the bar scene over there as well. So that was number 3 of the 4 bar concepts here this morning at day 2, Barometer. So for the last time this morning, if I can ask you to be upstanding. And let's hear from all the way from Tel Aviv. We're coming back to Kiev for the Saints Bar. So let's hear it for the Saints Bar from Kiev. Woo!
Добрый день всем.
Hi everyone, my name is Mariara Pavlovich Solonsky, and today I would like to acquaint you with Saints Bar. I apologize in advance that I will be looking into my notes from time to time, not because I don't know what's written there, but because I can get carried away and I need to respect the time allocated to me and the next speakers. I did not to turn this speech into a marketing lecture, what goals we had, what mission, what positioning, what target audience. I just want to tell you a story of creation, the idea of Saint Bar. And I think that you will understand everything from it and why it's so important for us. And I hope it's important not for us alone. Personally, for me, it's very difficult to be speaking in front of the public, in front of the audience, who I'm sure know quite a lot about the bar things, because there are some stereotypes, such as in the bar, there are people who drink. I don't drink. But nonetheless, I love bars, and I think that bars are not only about drinks, not only about spirits. And there is also the opinion that bars are opened by people mostly who have some previous experience, certain experience related to the bars. They must have attended bars, they must have worked in bars, they must love cocktails. I usually don't go to bars in Kiev because the greatest Kiev bars are located mostly underground, and I hate underground. And then there is this idea, maybe a stereotype even, that the bars are opened by rather young people. And I have been working for over 40 years, but you know that Charles Schumann has recently turned 80 and he's okay, as he's still in the bar and he doesn't drink, almost doesn't drink. So I hope that it's all in the future for me as well. And because we did not invite Elon Musk to create our bar concept, if you want to hear something revolutionary from me, I think you will be disappointed and you won't be quite interested. But if you're interested, the birth of a new bar on Kiev's bar geography, welcome to my story. Maria Ditkovska, she's the founder and the owner of Citronelli and Saint Bar. what we know very well is how to create the atmosphere. The aftertaste is very important, and it almost determines everything, and not just the aftertaste, after the spirit, although the cocktails is a very important part of it all, but how to have hospitality and be sincere and be respectful. What is quality, even of the slightest detail that is not seen to your guest? And that comfort is multifaceted, and people need to be met with comfort when they enter, and how the place should look that is classy from all sides. And in order to do that, to implement that, we gathered the team for a long time, headed by Anna Kononichenko, who has a lot of experience in restaurant business. And most of you probably know Alexei Kostyanyuk, who since the first day when we met, understood and accepted our idea, and they also share our values. I've been working for a long time, and I'm sure that people are the most important thing for any business. Without their participation and involvement, no great business plan or marketing strategy will lead to a result. So when the team breathes in one idea, when the team works as they work for themselves, and when they aspire for something that is perfect, not because they've been told to, but because it's a habit for them, the owner can be sure that even your guests will be involved in implementing the idea that you came up with. And we very thoroughly selected our team, people who work not only for their salaries, but also want to make an impact, because for the salary, it's very difficult to buy passion. And if you look at the main idea of this year's barometer is people, I would say that they coincide with what we have. People are also important in our bar. They're very important because the basis that we used with Maria Ditkovskaya when we created, let's say, when we came up with this idea, this is namely people, and for them we wanted to create this bar. In Kiev, there are many people who have traveled a lot, who have discovered many places, and they know life. So as Maxim said, when for many days and hours we were thinking about all of this, he said, people know what they're worth. And Masha and I, we travel a lot, and we both have favorite cities and favorite places where we spend our time. And on every trip, of course, you get inspiration, and you want to take some of the emotions back to your surroundings. This is how we wanted to create a place in Kiev where you will feel the spirit of society for people who have seen a lot, for people who have the taste and style, and for those who aspire to become like that. And we can say that our bar will be a platform to reload the Kiev society. And we chose the slogan, "Entry to the World," for a reason. So we wanted that everything would be important in our bar, in the glass and around the glass, and that our bar would be cosmopolitan, and that people would want to come back to it at any time of the day, week, or year. And we wanted a bar in Kiev that is like the bar of old European hotels that we love so much, with large facade windows, with great view on the opera theater, and also like our favorite bars, Masha's in London and Maya in Berlin, are also near the opera theaters. And it's interesting, Maria and I are very different people, and we are opposite, we could say. She's a trendsetter, I'm a conservative. This is not a scary word. She's young. If you would put it intelligently, am adult. So she pays attention to the form. For me, the essence is everything that determines life. But when we talk, when we try to describe each other, how we see our bar, it is interesting that at the very same moment we said one word. It must be Savoy. I think that most of you have seen one of the Savoy bars of Europe, and you understand what they wanted to say. We wanted a place, we wanted the center of a busy city when you can be in a different atmosphere, a cocktail lounge bar during the day, when you can wait between your meetings, and in the evening in the same bar you can relax in a loud group of people with great music, where the elements of clubness, but they will not be revealed only through the different art programs. They want to make the Saint Bar a place where around the cocktail culture there is a new culture of communication of people with same values and aspirations. And the atmosphere of people who have ideas, who are successful, and who represent the social life of Kiev. At the level of ideas, we wanted our bar to look good in like for adults, as if it has existed in this place for dozens of years already, but without anything false, without make pretend. And we also want for it to be at this same place for many years to come. We want it not to be impacted by time. We have waited for a long time to find the place that corresponds to all of our wishes to implement this idea. And we have known about Bogdana Khmelnytsky 23 building for a long time. We really wanted to find a place near our restaurant, Citronelle. And it happened at around the time the lockdown started, and when many places closed, we started working on our bar, and it was like a nightmare. It was obstacle after obstacle. It seemed that we cannot overcome them. Our employees got sick, our subcontractors got sick with COVID, one by one, and then our Berlin designers left the project, and then the construction was stopped. We had some problem with documents. I think that you know very well about those kinds of problems. All of these problems, they happened in such quantities and so fast that it seemed that we were just having it difficult all the time. In difficult moments, we were just telling ourselves that it would be a kind of a saint bar because it's been through so many difficulties. And we also read up some historical documents about how this house emerged. And it was built in the 19th century by architect Ikonikov. And close to it, there was a house, private house of Nemeta, the pharmacist, and also his drugstore, where he was making a great elixir, healing elixir. After we found out all these facts, we didn't even discuss the other name for our bar other than Saint. I think that there will be the times where there will be the application that will show you when you're sitting on some virtual sofa and you're thinking that you want a cocktail and you press a button, maybe the buttons will not be here anymore and you can feel the taste of the cocktail even without the glass in your hand. I do hope that even in these times, our Saint Bar will be at the same place where you can come offline and feel the real taste of the cocktail and dive into the atmosphere of good quality and of timelessness. And at the beginning, we listened, as time goes by, from Casablanca, the legendary film. If you're young and you haven't seen the movie yet, I sincerely recommend it to you. This film has done much more than any advertising for bar and club culture at its time. And it ends with this great legendary phrase. I think it's the beginning of a great friendship. Let's be friends. Thank you very much for your attention.
All righty, thank you for coming along to this morning's sessions, the 4 bar concepts that we have. We've got 4 main stage talks for the rest of today. It's slightly different to what's on the website, but the full agenda is obviously outside. At 1:40, we have Taras Gorbel from Superheroes. At 3 o'clock, we got Alexi and Ida from Diageo Bar Academy. At 4:20, with no further introduction, Daniel Nevsky. And at 5:50, we have Devin Tomlinson. So some great talks today, 4 main stages. Obviously, the rest of the place is kicking off. The bars are open downstairs. The food is available outside. We'll see you in a bit. make some noise, Barometer? All right, the next set of speakers is from superheroes, so I think superheroes need a bit more noise. So I think that wasn't bad for the first attempt at level 6, but can I hear some super level type noise? I just let that sink in. What does superhero noise sound like to you? So once again, how you doing, Barometer? That's superhero type noise. That's great. Without further ado, I'm going to bring on Taras Gurbel, the owner of Superheroes, a marketing agency, and let's hear all about it. So, can I ask everyone, please, to be upstanding, out of your seats, out of your seats. Come on, you know the score. Welcome your guests on the stage. Let's make some noise for Taras! Woo!
Раз, два, три. О, привет.
1, 2, 3. Perfect. Hi. Hi, guys. My name is over there. I'm Taras Gurbel, and I'm the CEO of the Superheroes. First of all, thanks, guys. As far as I understand, this was a paid talk, so you actually paid to listen to me. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, we will tell you a few words about the selling design. We are a marketing agency, so we are going to do a small research right here. Please, show your hand if you are not from Kiev. Not. Wow. Now show me your hand if you are from Kiev. Okay, now, if I may, show me your hand if you live on the left bank of the Dnieper River. And if you live on the right bank, right here, you've just seen a small marketing survey. If we want to sell something to people who live in the right bank of the Dnieper, we would select this audience, and then we would send some messages to you, and you would be living with this and buying the product of the company which we represent. So, now, let's start from the very beginning. Who we are and how it started. It started in 2008, when we decided to create an agency which would do branding. Branding seemed to be a very comprehensive, complicated word. You even see a small portfolio, but quite fast, in a year, we've realized. If you remember, in 2008, it was the year of the crisis, and if we had a penny for every time we've heard, oh, opening an agency in the times of crisis is very stupid. Yeah, we understood that we need to change the approach, because branding is not only about the logo or the packaging. And we started talking to all the partners, and we realized that people actually need something to sell their product. It might be trivial, but when people say, we need recognition, don't believe them. Recognition means sales figures. This is the ultimate indicator everybody needs. So time went by, we grew, and in 2020 we managed to grow to the level of the agency, which has quite a large portfolio, about 400 companies, and many of them are here. We have 3 offices in 3 countries. We have an office in the US, in Europe, in Ukraine, of course, our headquarters. And in 2020, we've also merged with a fantastic company like very dear partner Alexei Akimov. He's not here, but he's a fantastic person. He's a founder and the CEO of the Ideal Secrets company. And actually, we are the technical partner here. So if there's a glitch with the sound or the lights, so we actually are at fault. But nothing's gonna happen. So we were friends for many years, and we had many events together, and the Barometer is one of those. But the story would not be complete, and I would not be complete if I didn't have the team of superheroes who create different products every day. And the chief of the superheroes, when they need some structure, the chief is the flaming heart of the team, whose name is Anatoly Kompanichenko. And now I think it's the time to give the floor to him, because he will host the next part of the presentation. So please give a round of applause to the superheroes and the ideal secrets. We are doing our best, and now we will try to tell some interesting things to you. And my dear friend and my close business partner for 20 years, the flaming heart of the superheroes, Anatoly Kompanichenko. Stay tuned. Hi guys. How are you? Show me a hand if it's your second day on Barometer. Oh, so you are resilient. So my name is Anatoly Kompanichenko. I am the COO and a partner in the superheroes. Thank you, Taras, for the introduction. I think it would be great to say a few words about the service we provide. Why do we have this competence to talk about the design that sells? Our services are the following. We do business development strategy and business analysis. This is the diagnostics which any product needs, be it an existing brand or a new company which wants to chart the new course, the path ahead. It is actually similar to a doctor's visit. If you have a headache or if you have some pain, the doctor diagnoses you and develops the and develops this strategy to treat. And this is what we're doing for a business. Another service we provide in Ukraine and outside is branding. This is what we have started with 12 years ago and what we are successfully implement nowadays. When you have a brand, when you have the diagnosis, then the next stage is the strategy. Everybody needs the strategy. If you think you don't need a strategy, a marketing strategy, you are wrong. Boy, you're wrong. So when the brand has the marketing strategy, very often companies, they subscribe to our support package. Now 70% of the clients are ongoing clients whom we support, and 30% are the new clients. Next, for the marketing support stage, that includes the design support, SMM, social media marketing, the digital marketing. And you probably know that now we are going all digital, so website is the key. So our company develops functional websites which are focused to sell. That's important because on the internet you can find many products which are fantastic, which look fantastic, but they don't work. And the website is a tool to sell. That's why it's important. What's the how it's set up, what are the plugins, how it's set up, and how the campaigns are targeted to ensure the conversion, to ensure the new leads are there and they stay loyal. Another service we provide is support in the production of POS materials. And the 10th service, which we introduced with the Ideal Secrets company, it's the management of comprehensive events, such as this event, where you are right now. And I would like to present one recent work we did. So we had a top client which imports medical equipment to Ukraine, and we wanted to wrap them into a new modern concept because these big companies Well, they sell through big tenders, and it's still quite bureaucratic. But the owner, well, the owner understands that there's evolution now going, and he asked for the selling website. I got the permission of the owner to show some preview. The brand is Excel Medical. And the font, the typeset is not that hard to make. But then we wanted to add the story to it. And that's why we had the dot, which is like the beginning of the universe. The line symbolizes the movement from A to B, so movement. And the lines form the diamonds, the diamond shape, and then they form something like a crystal. And if you bring them all together and if they start the motion, they turn out to be this kind of flower. But also it can be compressed into a dot, and everything has sense, everything has purpose. You just have to read into it. That's how we got this new concept, and soon it will be implemented in a website which sells medical equipment. So this is how it goes from the idea to realization. This was a short introduction into the main topic today, the design that sells. And if you and in order to expand this idea, I would like to introduce Vladislav Division, the art director.
Рад вас всех.
It's a pleasure for me to see you all here. My name is Vladislav Dabija, and, well, the designer is supposed to talk about design, right? I'll be brief. As opposed to many of you, it's my first day on Barometer, so I have many errands to run. So, let's cut to the chase. We all know, most probably, that design is very subjective. Design is a matter of taste, preferences. Some love bright stuff, some like contemporary modern things, somebody likes very complicated things or minimalism. People are honest about it. This is the case. But we need to remember that the brand has a very important aspect. This is brand value. This is the amount of money the brand can generate for the owner. So I think the design should consider this. The design must sell. You can have a product which is on the shelf and you like it, but nobody buys it. So what can I say? You are very stubborn, but you have to go to a specialist and rebrand this product. If you like Apple's presentation, you want to strive to present better than Apple does. Things are interrelated. But design, of course, is not the ultimate solution. There are many factors influencing the sales, the quality, the costs, the positioning, the advertising, and other marketing tools.
Вот просто как комплекс. Оно продается только в комплексе. Да, в той или иной ситуации мы можем...
And of course, it's a comprehensive set of measures, and the design is a key component there, but it is a comprehensive set of selling factors. I concur. The product might look nice, but nobody buys it. Like, would you ever use some low-quality food? No, you would never eat it. So, of course, we fully agree. But the design is like the cover, and people do judge the book by the cover initially, before they buy it. Yes. The design is something that ensures the encounter with the brand. Well, let's cut with the theory. Let's show specific cases. Let's show global cases. So, besides the aesthetics of design, people often forget about the function. Let me give you an example of two global brands who have everything nice and great with the brand and style. Coca-Cola, the brand which reminds us about the New Year's Eve. Holidays are coming. I think you all will agree that the colors of the Coca-Cola are, well, associated with Christmas. They privatized Christmas globally. So it's green, white, and red. Hard to argue about. And their competitor, indirect competitor, is also a brand which hits the target audience nicely. It's appealing, and it's Chupa Chups. Well, a candy and a stick, but everybody likes that. We are grown-ups, and we have a small problem. When children come, they ask you to unwrap Chupa Chups. Do you have this issue? It is irritating, like in this video, when you can't unwrap a Chupa Chups.
Я думаю, все сталкивались с такой.
I think you all have seen this situation. This is an example when we know the brand, the design is great, it's like the candy you like, but there's a problem with the packaging. It would be great if when people who produce the packaging, they would consider the ease of use as well. The better the design is, the more successful is the business. And when you decide to buy something, design matters. For example, you can look into Porsche cars. Now they use unique colors for their model ranges. And now they are different. And people want to really touch these cars more and more. Vlad, I would like to ask you to tell us about the variants of the strategy which exists in the design. Yeah, I would be glad to do it. There are two opposite but very effective strategies, being different or being similar. I will not go into the complicated theory, and let me be brief. We can start with the difference. I think it's the easiest strategy you can get. It is aimed at the most loyal client, because the client is bored of everything. The client sees the same bottle, the same box, and they are tired of it. They are the most loyal to the brand they know. And there are variations. You can be different in style, in form, in shape, sometimes even in size. But in size, it's actually a very rare thing, because people are limited with their shelves, and like Auchan or Le Silpo would not make a bigger shelf specifically for your product. Yeah, so there are some limitations we have to consider. Let me give you an example. When in the conditions of the limitations, we achieved the maximum through functional design. Yeah, this is when the function is as equal as the aesthetical component. So I think the examples of this can be shown in our work. Alina, could you please show Voda UA case? I think you know this product. If you don't, well, to tell about it. You will see many pictures, but I would like to focus on the situation when we copy. There's water, and we got used to perceiving water in some packaging. And we have a traditional glass bottle. You might have seen it in the restaurants. It's quite clear. And Well, nothing much can be done about a glass bottle. But here the brand went all different. They really want to be as different as possible. And they have the 2-liter pack of water, looking like that. There are 2 types. The blue type is water from deep underground, and the black water is mountain water, 1,700 meters above ground. So we worked on this design to make it eye-catching, because this water is really appealing. Because we get used to see dairy product in this shape, and this is water. Like soon we'll have also a small 33 centiliters pack. Because human body is 80% water, so people need to hydrate themselves. And on the average, the consumption of water should be about 2 liters a day. Some people need more, some need less, but still it's about 2 liters. This is the most optimal thing. And Voda UA provides you your daily hydration stock. It's quite easy. If in the day you open the pack, you will see how convenient it is and how you hydrate yourself in the optimal way. So Vlad, can you tell a bit about the infographics and why the pack is like this? Well, let me start with the stocks. We wanted to provide some visual marker, and that's why we chose the black color as a marker of the premium nature, because it is obtained at high altitude without any pollution. Yeah, by the way, this water is not treated chemically or is not treated in any way. It's taken from underground and then poured into the packaging. And also the pH is 7.5. It's the only Ukrainian water which has pH 7.5. Yeah, that was also one of the factors we considered when choosing this pack, because this is the best to preserve that pH level. But besides the eye-catching color, we also wanted to put all the important information on the pack to explain all the benefits of this water without having to read into the small print, then into the fine print. And many legal things which must be printed on the pack. If you put it in the text, it's, it is just a page of fine print, and it's boring. So we, of course, had to keep some text on it. But the most important things we wanted to show in the design. And the fine print is just there in the back, and it's not intrusive. And I think now we can watch a small nice video about how this water is delivered. Voda UA from the heart of the Carpathians. It comes from Mizun water supply. Its pH is similar to the internal pH of the human body. It's not treated physically or chemically. It's 100% organic in its packaging by Voda UA. And it's not advertising, it's like a personal recommendation. The company actually has fantastic service in terms of the website. If you open voda.ua, if you buy a lot, it's difficult to carry it from the supermarket. So they have home delivery in craft packaging, in nice boxes, the 6 packs of water, and you can get it delivered to your office or to your home. It's very convenient. So if you want to try Voda UA, I recommend it personally. Let's move to the next case. This is a premium spirits brands company, and one of the products which you probably know quite well. This is distill number 9, the small batch vodka. We had a client with a brand already developed. We didn't have to invent the bottle or the label. They already had it done. But we needed to develop the packaging so that it would look nice on the shelf. And the main principle would be to put all the benefits on the packaging outside. So this is a fantastic name, and yeah, this is what we had to present. Also, we put the name on the facade so that when there are 4 in the line, it all looks comprehensive. Yeah, our task was to make it very clear, to make the brand recognizable on the shelf in the supermarket. Because if you only put the bottle, yeah, it is bright, it has white label with the black logo, with an excellent lacquering. It's all nice, but if it's quite far away from you, you might not easily notice it. And we had the objective to make it very visible on the supermarket shelf. And indeed, why is it difficult to recognize on the shelf? Because actually it's kind of wide, and that's why even a liter bottle looks smaller than the competitor. And what else did we do for them? For the distill, we also developed the Christmas gift pack, and this was an additional step. When you want to bring the product into a premium level, you need to add this tube pack, and that's why we have this limited edition, the Christmas edition, and it sold really well.
And also, having worked with the existing brand, we had an opportunity to develop a new product. When we were cooperating, Distill launched herbal line using 9 Carpathian herbs and the best spirits of lux category in Ukraine, and also made on spring water. Will you introduce herbal, please? Well, this is it. Now again, we created a great brand called Distill, and we could not live far from it. We need to emphasize that these are related products. Yeah, they needed to resonate. Being in different categories, you, the customer, would need to understand that this is the same brand. So we basically used what we had. We additionally adapted it with the message and on the label, and also supported the color through our design, not black, but close to the color of this drink. Yes, this is a great product. It is highly competitive with such liquors as probably Jägermeister and Becherovka. And this is the first Ukrainian product that can compete in this category. If you haven't tried it yet, it will be called soon. I would recommend you that in winter it's one of the best products that you want to take with you skiing or skateboarding, snowboarding. And yes, before we started developing this design, we tried this product a lot. We don't recommend you to try this much, especially if you're driving. Another product is Staritski Levitsky vodka. Staritski Levitsky vodka. We didn't do the label, but we did a really cool option of a packaging gift box. It is a complicated story because such gift boxes are usually highly technological, developing of design, with things that need to hold the bottle. It needs to be visible, but at the same time it needs to be secured. And also there were some gift shots included here as well, shot glasses. So the question is not as much about design as about how functional this gift box is and about the technical solution. Another example for Staritsky and Levitsky, when we have limited This is in Borispol Airport. I recommend you to go into the duty-free shop and look at the stand and at the product also. So the task we had the following. We had just a certain number of square centimeters, and it needed to be visible, it needed to have good lighting, the product needed to be presented, and it also needed to be filled as much as possible, because in the previous solution there were cases when it was like half empty because the product was bought quite quickly and it wasn't many of it. So we increased the number threefold compared to the solution that they had previously, and it works great. Will you add something on it? No, you described everything correctly. Now we can probably show our video. Yes, let's do that.
Воу, спасибо. Я хотел бы показать еще один кейс, который делали.
I would like you to describe another case that is not ours, but I really like its history, and it emphasizes this being similar and being different category greatly. Tossack Jumper Company. These are wine enthusiasts. They traveled around 11 countries of the world. They chose 11 grape-growing places, and this wine is made out of the grapes that is grown there. And 11 countries, and each label has each animal representing it, associated with the region where wine comes from. And they are dressed in these red sweaters, knitted from these beautiful things, and they look quite premiumly. And this is sort of swine evolution, because it helps, thanks to the wine, you can turn a swine into a human. I think that today, during Barometer, many people will be turning from, people into swine, vice versa. It's not a product, but it's a very distinguishable label. It triggers you this red color and this sweaters on animals, and they are standing in different categories in wineries because it's French wine, Italian wine, and so on. But you'll definitely see this brand because you can read it as a group. And if you haven't tried it yet, I do recommend you to pay attention to this product. It's very good, very well made. And probably out of what we wanted to tell you and to show you out of our cases, that's all. That would be all. Not quite. I think that we could also show you our team and thank them. Alina and Yulia Zaremba. Great corporation called Superheroes. Work in Ukraine. We unfortunately didn't put any European and American colleagues here. And what we wanted to say, if your design doesn't sell, let it at least make people happy, like these examples that we showed you. Thank you, everyone. что, барометр, пошумите, пошумите для меня.
All right, this is the busiest room we've had so far here at the main stage. So I want more. I want the guys and girls downstairs enjoying the drinks to hear and go, what is happening upstairs? So once again, barometer, let me hear you make some noise. Fantastic. And welcome to the afternoon of day 2, Barometer 2021 here at Parkovy in Kiev, Ukraine. We've had a great day and a half. This will be halfway through, I just realized. Fantastic. Yes, paparazzi. So we've had some great speakers already. And one of my favorite things here as your Star Stage host is to introduce friends. The industry is such a tight-knit community, and it's great to be back after a couple of years, obviously in lockdowns, and to see so many friends back up stage. So it's a great honor to be able to introduce 2 of my friends who are coming up on stage in a second, Ira and Alexei. I can't pronounce their surnames, so it's just Alex and Alexei and Ira, who are part of the DBA team. Alexei is the senior head trainer for DBA. And Ira, the brand manager here in Ukraine. I've been working with them for too long? Yeah, too long. So before I get myself in any more trouble, you know the score. I need everybody to be upstanding, out of the nice comfy seats, putting away those phones. That's it, see, you've got to put everybody stand up. And I know I can't see you at the back, but I can see you and you're sitting down, so I need you to stand up. And you, up, good. I hope you're all standing up, because that way we can really give a huge Ukraine welcome to Alexei and Ira from Diageo Bar Academy. Woo!
Всем привет, дорогие коллеги.
Hi everyone, dear colleagues. It seemed to me that you can hear me too loudly. I think it's rather comfortable right now. Welcome everyone at this great event. Let me introduce my colleague. We are going to have this masterclass together today. Irina Zheldak, we call her brand manager of the entire galaxy of all the rosy drinks, jeans, Gordon's, Premium Pink, Bailey Strawberry, and all of that. Please welcome Irina. Many of you know me. My name is Kostyanyuk Alexei. I'm the senior trainer of the Diageo Bar Academy in Eastern Europe, and soon we are opening a new cocktail bar called Saint Bar in the city of Kiev. Yes, everybody does know me, so a couple of words. Today we are presenting within the legendary program taking place in 63 countries all over the world. This is Diageo Bar Academy, and our program is aimed not only at bartenders. We don't just teach bartenders to make cocktails. We work with the management. We work with management, teach service. We have a rather multi-formatted program, and I think that this program helps our world become a little bit better. Irina, the floor is yours. Please go back a little bit. Yes, if you please use this QR code. Please get your phones ready. We will be using a lot of them today. This is the session where you turn off the sound, but you cannot hide your phone anywhere. Please press this QR code. This is a Telegram channel of our Diageo Bar Academy program. We publish a lot of interesting information there, and I'm sure that each of you will find it useful to be subscribed to this channel and to follow us. So in the name of our topic, you saw the word hipster and the word called epoch, and for some reason this epoch is ending. And why this epoch is ending, I will try to explain this to you now. If for a minute, please tell me if you're from Kiev. Not too many people. Okay, if you're from Kiev, please imagine yourself on Reyterska Street. If you're not from Kiev, please imagine you in the most popular bar or coffee shop in your city. You will definitely meet many hipsters there. Why hipsters? Because these are the people who are primarily aged between 20 and 30, and they spend a lot of time outside their homes. They communicate, they work outside of home with their beautiful MacBooks or other gadgets, and very often these people comprise the main audience at the coffee shops, at the bars, and we can imagine the average hipster. They will look very much like Alexei or somewhere close to Alexei. And we can imagine what they're dressed in, what kind of sneakers. Most often it will have high socks, oversized clothing, definitely a good phone. Most often they will wear some kind of a hat, some kind of a backpack, or maybe a fashionable bag, and this person will look very trendy. But when we see many people like this in our restaurants, we think this is an average guest of ours. And when we think of how to communicate to the guest, what to offer them, and what is the best way to give them our service, we think about this particular person, this type of person. But what happens if we take a look a little bit further, we look broader and look at other trends except for hipsters, and we will think together with you on how we can talk to our clients in a different way, what we can offer that is unique to the client and is valuable, that they will remember us and remember us as a bartender, as a waiter, as an Instagram page, and they will remember us as a place. What is the unique thing that we can give them, the thing that has never been given to them before? Today we're going to talk about the 20 global trends. These trends are social, and they have even a psychological basis under them, based on how people behave in their life, in their social life, and how it can be interpreted into the services that we are providing. So each of you, on your chair, you could find one of the gadgets. This could be a puppet. Have you found a gadget? This could be a puppet. This could be a wrap, and a very cool gadget that is called a piece of paper. This is also universal. And after we discuss each of these 20 trendy words, following words, I will ask you to press a bubble on your wrap, or a button on a puppet, or put a tick on your piece of paper, and then we will count. And we will understand whether the session was useful for you or not. So we have many people gathering here today. Thank you for coming. And let us at first have this short poll and a short test. I will ask you to take your phones out and use this QR code to take a short test. And on screen, we will immediately see the results. It will have just a couple of questions, and we will be able to understand immediately how much you know about the topic that we will be discussing. We will be presenting with Alexei today. Please follow the QR code. Is it working for you? So please answer the questions, and we will immediately, yes? The interpreter can't hear the question. Yes, I don't think. So the answer is, if you don't think you're an ageist, you should answer, yes, I do not think that I'm an ageist. So 53%, 55%, the majority of people among you do not think that they are ageist. Okay, has everybody voted yet? So our audience divided into two parts. Half of the people think that they're ageist, and half of the people think that they're not. Among your friends are most likely people of your age. So your surrounding, the environment, your community is comprised of people of about the same age as you are. If I'm 30, I mostly communicate, I mostly mix with people who are 30. If I'm 20, they're mostly in their 20s. Okay. Do you think it is best to look at young and fresh actresses and models? There are people who they watch a movie, this new season of Sex and the City, and the hate that emerged on Facebook when they said that Sarah Jessica Parker is an elderly woman, she's not beautiful at all, and she's not dressed good for this season. So do you think that it is better to look at a beautiful picture where all the girls and all the boys are very beautiful and very toned? Or do you think that there is a place on screen for people of older age? Hey, Cici, there are some people who did say that Sarah Jessica Parker isn't quite what she used to be. Okay, being a manager, you will not employ a person who is an elderly person, who is of retirement age. So if we talk about where you work, where you're the manager, and you're making the decisions whom to employ, and you're making the decision whether to employ a person who is at their retirement age. So should they go and quietly retire and play with their grandchildren, or can we give them the chance to work and to do something? So see, again, some of the people think that it's best for them to retire and to take care of their grandchildren. Okay. The next question. Do you think that there is clothes trends for young people, clothes and trends for adult people, older people, and it's best to dress according to your age? Okay, so you do know that a skirt that is too short, when it's worn by a woman who is over 40, people say that, she doesn't dress herself according to her age. What are you doing? How old are you? And when men also wear something, older men, they wear some pink jumper or something, they can also hear that he is trying to show off as a young person, but he's balding and he's wearing pink and it's not appropriate. So do you think that this is appropriate, or do you think that it's not? Okay, so most of you do think that these things, with age, you think that, okay, people should stick to certain norms. Do you think that people, when they're younger, are not mature enough, and listening to their opinion doesn't make any sense? Or do you think that a person, even when they're young enough, already an individual that have their own opinion, and this opinion has the right to be? Okay, so some people that 20 years isn't enough yet, they think that, and they still need that those people still need to grow up and to learn something. Okay, so these are some basic questions. Seemingly nothing complicated about them, nothing serious, but at the same time, you know that now in the world there are many tendencies aimed at fighting racism, at fighting harassment, for instance. There is the movement called Me Too, very widely spread when women are harassed at work. And this is a very widely spread phenomenon. And along with the Me Too movement, there is also the movement that's called Gray Hair Don't Care. And if you enter this hashtag into Instagram, you will see about 400,000 publications under this hashtag. And this movement appeared because people of older age started losing jobs more often compared to people who are 30, who are 40. And for them to get employed is quite difficult. So these are the people who are told that in this age you can't dress in bright clothes, or you can't try something new, get married for the third time when you're 60, or at 45 or 50 have another baby. So people for whom certain social norms apply. And this is what's called ageism. When we discriminate against a person based on their age. When we say that at this age you can't dress like that, at this age you can't behave like that. So you know that in Kiev, Gary Karagorski, he created a movement called Life Lover. Жизни Loop, and this is the organization that helps people, that creates for people in older age, organizes events, entertainment programs, parties, organizes concerts, helps them get employed, so supports their social life. And if we talk in relation to the bars, the Pink Floyd bar, about 2 years ago, together with the Life Lover Club, employed this beautiful lady called Nadezhda. She never ever has worked behind the bar before. She never made any drinks. And for about a month, Nadezhda met people at the bar, mixed simple drinks for them, and there was a lot of publicity around this. You know, when you do something and you do this with social responsibility. For Nadezhda, it was like the second chance at life. She learned a new profession, she communicated with more people, she opened something new for herself. For the bar, again, this was a very good step to show that they're socially responsible, they support elderly people. And if we talk about the activities that you can do in your bar, not necessarily you need to employ Nadezhda, but you can have some happy hours and suggest that your guests bring their grandmother and buy them a drink, or their mother. And do this on Wednesdays. Bring your grandmother on a Wednesday, buy her a Cosmo. Get a great gift or a free drink when you do that. So some kind of a small benefit, so that in this way we can show the people that you're also trendy and that you understand that there is this problem. To tell everyone that to age is absolutely okay and you can continue to live your life even when you're 80. Even at the age of 80, you can go to a bar, you can wear a beautiful dress, have a Negroni or some kind of another drink, and be absolutely fully active individual. So if you think that this is applicable in our industry, fighting ageism, or some activities that are aimed at supporting people of older age and help them live their full lives until they're 80, until they're 100, I will ask you to press a button or put a tick on the gadget that you have. We will call it Grandma Plus One. Yes, so if you think that this is cool, if we take our grandmothers and grandfathers or daddy, we can have some kind of a thing, like my daddy and I go to a bar on a Thursday and he likes a stronger drink. Okay, so another trend that we're going to discuss is Geigonomics. Geigonomics is a new kind of economics when we're talking about the common use of resources. So here we can talk about freelancers who currently can work all over the world. So not necessarily they're employed in some one company, certain company. They can have 3 or 4 companies that they cooperate with, and their resource as a person can not be owned by one employer, but can be divided between many employers. So the experience that they, as a person who have certain skills and competencies, they can also divide this between many people. So a bartender's job in this relation is rather unique, because some can also be a bartender and a brand ambassador. Some can be a bartender in several places. So in this way, create this joint space of resources and a joint space for economics. The third trend that we're going to discuss today is digital wealth. So wealth now isn't only counted in the money that you have in your account. Now it is very popular to have online or not online games, I don't know, such as Warcraft, when people spend a lot of money. They buy characters, they buy ammunition, they resell their characters, they spend lots and lots of money on that. And they boast, and when they talk to each other, they say that not this is a new car or like new beautiful dress, but look at my new cool character in a game. And they think this is also wealth that they have. They think that this is something material that you can touch. But at the same time, it is in the entirely different dimension if you talk about digital. So if we look a little bit further, I will ask you once again to take out your phones and open Instagram or Facebook. Is there anyone who is on TikTok? Great. Not too many of you, but great. Okay, then you can do a TikTok about this. I will ask you on Instagram or Facebook, the one that you use the most, and now shoot a short story where you can show or you can tell people what you're doing right now or what's happening around you that would reflect the image where you're in right now. Losha, how are you? How are you guys? Who is now shooting a story? Hi, everyone. See, like not all of you took out your phones and could shoot a story because this requires certain skills. And you know that now bloggers, being a blogger is a profession that requires certain skills, that requires a lot of input of time and money to shoot TikToks and stories and tell people these things. So not all people can have direct dialogues and open the camera and opening the camera say like, well, I got up today, I ate some oatmeal porridge, I have some new panties, and I'm going to go conquer the world now. Yeah, of course, but there are people who chose to be a blogger as a profession. For instance, I would like to cite Olga Buzovas. This is the largest Instagram among the Russian-speaking population. She has 23, a little bit more than 23, maybe 24 million subscribers. You can't say that this person is super talented. At least I'm not a fan of what she does, but these 23 million people is a lot of digital wealth for Olga because she can use it to promote. She has her brands of clothing. She even tried to create some kind of a e-currency of her own. She's selling perfume. She's selling everything. So with the help of this instrument that she has and with the help of these 23 million people who are subscribed to her and who are watching her every day, she can great access to the audience, everyday access to the audience. And with the help of this instrument, she can promote everything she wants, everything she comes up with, because she has a very simple, very easy way of communication. She opens her Instagram, she shoots some sushi, and this sushi sells immediately, not to the 23 million, of course, but there will be like 100,000 among this 23 million who will buy this. And if we talk about your bar, about your restaurant, and maybe you as a professional, it is also very important to talk about, to work on this digital wealth, because the more followers you have, your restaurant, your place has, the more you have opportunity to communicate with your potential guest. So indeed, it is worth working a lot on this instrument because we spend a lot of time in our phones or in some kind of other gadget, and everything that we consume it accordingly in the social networks. So once again, if you think that it's worth working on in terms of the place that you have, the restaurant or bar that you have, please push a button or draw a tick on your piece of paper. And the next word that I would like to discuss with you is called dataism. This has already been called a new religion. And what dataism is, you know that a large number of international corporations or such companies as Google, they own great massives of information, a lot of data that is collected, again, with the help of our gadgets. And dataism is aimed at having all information open, having everybody share their information. And when people need, they can take a piece of information and use it for their own purposes, in this way making the world better. So everybody shared, and everybody has everybody is better off it. For instance, we can cite the bar chat community that is operating for bartenders all around Ukraine, where people share information and quickly solve some small issues that they have. If we talk again about bars and industries in Horeca, what do we do? If there is a restaurant or a bar did something successful, it worked out, and they're like, haha, look, it works out for me. I will never tell you this. I'm successful and I will be on my own. But if we imagine that in our industry, everybody shares information openly about the activities that worked well for them, about the activations that worked well for their consumers, what they were successful in and what's the secret of their success. So in this way, everybody takes something useful for them, and it makes it better for everyone in general. So then again, it is the very small number of people currently in our country who believe this and who share this value, and nonetheless, this also has a place to be, and I think that dataism is rather useful if everybody helps everybody, if everybody will share information with everybody and share their experience. If you agree with me, I will please ask you to push a button or to draw this cross, to draw this tick on your piece of paper. The fifth trend, the fifth technology that I would like to discuss with you is the deepfake technology. Have you used the application called Reface? Have you seen Reface on Instagram? This is where you can insert your face into Beyoncé body and then move beautifully. Or maybe when you can become Leonardo DiCaprio and swim on a Titanic. So this is a technology that allows to insert in any picture, in any image, allows you to insert your face. And then for 30 seconds, you can be receiving an Oscar. You can be a super sexy cat on a beach, or you can perform some other role. And so this technology was founded by guys from Kyiv Polytechnic University from Kyiv. This is one of the most successful and quickly developing applications in the world. This is very widely used in different companies. The people are buying contracts with Reface application, and depending on the situation, they create some content that can be related to the brand or to the company so that they could popularize their goods and services. In the US, currently, this technology has moved forward, and the movie industry is already working now on creating movies where when you go to the movies, you can come. Now it's the Dune, you know, loved by everybody. I haven't seen it yet, but for instance, you come to see the Dune, and there are some characters there, and you can choose, and you can say, okay, today I want to watch the Dune, and to have the main character with my face. And you are sitting in the cinema, you wear some special goggles, and you are watching the entire movie with the projection, as if they are showing you, as if you're fighting to save the world and the entire galaxy.
So if we try to project it into our industry, how can we use that? This is a technology which is based on our vanity, because deep inside, each of us wants to be a celebrity, wants to be in the center of attention, at least for these 10 seconds on the Instagram. So how can this be applicable to our industry? Now, there are coffee machines which print the guest's portrait on the foam. There are beer machines which can also kind of print the portrait of the guest on the foam. If you talk about the cocktail, well, the very basic application of this technology is when you serve a drink with a small printed Polaroid picture of the guest. So you kind of freely customize the drink to your guest, and you play on their vanity, because everybody would enjoy getting a gin tonic with a small picture of theirs instead of the umbrella. So there are other applications beside garnishing the drinks with this. And now I will give the floor to Alexei. Thanks, Irina. Now I want to discuss an action which we do daily, hundreds of times daily. We do it in the morning, we do it in the afternoon, We swipe the news or your Instagram. Somebody does it when they wake up or when you consume some news overall on the internet. When we talk about swiping, swiping is about consuming the information without really thinking into it. What do we mean? If you have a brand of your bar, the user might spend less than a second on your picture. The user just sees the picture, likes or doesn't like, and then swipes next. So every user, every bar, every brand wants to fight that. It's not enough to merely make a cool picture of the cocktail. We have hired an excellent photographer, and they made an excellent drink, an excellent picture of the drink. Now it's not enough. You need to make a picture which would make the user stop swiping and look into it. The brand must create this unique content to resist swiping. And you take this note, and then we move on to digitalization of the consciousness, of the mind. One of the best cases we've seen last year was the collaboration of the large brand KFC and other partners. So they sell chicken wings. Some think they sell best chicken wings in the world. So what they did, they have built their restaurant, their venue, inside the Minecraft game. So see, big brands go virtual. And how can we use the same trend for our bars? We already have a similar example. One of the venues in Kiev launched the VR menu. So no paper at all, and if you want to see the cocktail menu, you get the virtual goggles from the waiter, and then you dive into this virtual world. So it's cool that the team thought of that, and they created this gimmick, and brands go digital. It might be as simple as serving the drink with a QR code. And then when the user looks into the link, they might see, I don't know, a 3D model of a cocktail. It's a simple technology, but more and more people consider that. So if it was useful for you, once again, tick it and we move on. Binge watching. This trend is now widespread. We all watch our series in the binge-watching mode. So Netflix has changed the culture of series consumption. I don't know if you remember, if 5 or 10 years ago, you had to wait for another episode of House MD. You had to wait for a whole week. Netflix changed the culture of consumption totally. Previously, you had to wait every week for the new episode to watch the new series, the new episode. Netflix now just dumps the whole season right there, and you can binge watch 10 episodes throughout a night. And previously, the series were not considered cinematographically fit. Like, who would give an Oscar to like a series? Now, series are getting Oscars quite well. So the case we present is the collaboration with the Game of Thrones. Johnny Walker, the brand, launched a limited edition of Game of Thrones whiskey. And say, every second fan of the series bought a few bottles for their personal collection to keep at home or to showcase somewhere. Another trend is the sabbatical. But before we proceed with this, I would need some help. We want to create an illustration. If you see it here, please just grab a fruit and enjoy the fruit from the basket. Feel free to grab a pineapple. Yeah. A few apples? Anyone? Yeah, please. We still have 7, 5, 4 left. Feel free to grab 2 if you want. No, I can't really prove my point if I give it to you. Right now, you have seen a simple illustration of the fact that resources are consumable. The WHO a few years ago said that the emotional burnout is equals to the disease. The fact that many bartenders become DJs now, actually it's fine, because we need to recharge. So the term sabbatical is essentially a vacation, which may last from 1 month to a year. I think that the Netherlands was the first country where they had that. You get a vacation, you get a leave, and you keep the job, and you get to keep the salary. So you see this downtime when we are experiencing this burnout. Actually, it's a condition, and there are many interesting facts related to it. Unfortunately, in Ukraine, sabbatical is not that widespread, but hopefully in the future we will learn that. Another trend is experience. There's an example, a famous YouTube blogger. When Yuri Dud, a famous reporter, interviewed one of the Silicon Valley's investors. The thing is that the investors who fund new projects, they don't select companies which had 20 successes in a row and no loss. They actually love investing in companies which had major failures already. Why? Because the experience has to be versatile, and the failures are normal, because failures help us develop, and they give us the precious experience we need. When we know the price of failure, we will avoid it next time, and it helps us with the crisis management skills. Next, we talk about younger people. Younger people are now less and less interested in the material benefits. They don't buy cars or apartments. They pay for experience, unique experience. They travel. Some people want to visit all world 50 best bars, or local tourism, like trips to Odessa. Many people are now traveling to Odessa not because they have the seaside, but because they have great bars, or you can drink your favorite matcha latte in your favorite coffee place, or you can have a nice dinner there. And it means a lot for the younger generation. So overall, the task of us, the people in this industry, is to create this unique experience, because good service, well, we can get it in many venues, in many places, but creating this unique experience, which is different, which really brings people to Odessa for your cup of matcha latte or your cocktail, this is what we need to do. So let's continue.
Которая также возникла в Силиконовой долине лет 5.
Another trend which emerged in Silicon Valley 7 years ago is biohacking. A group of people already were at a certain financial level, so they thought, okay, I'm doing great. I want to keep that, I want to live longer. What can I do to enjoy it as long as possible? A huge industry grew out of it. Biohacking is changing and maintaining your body as long as possible. And it includes bioengineering. Now there are many labs trying to change something in our genes, tweak our genes to make us live as long as possible. Or some supplements or biostimulants. It's also about healthy lifestyle, paying attention to your nutrition, to your hydration. You know, there's a group of people who say they drink only melted water or they only eat raw food. This all shows that humans are taking care about their body. There are people who are these fitness geeks or vegans or lactose-free or gluten-free. 5 years ago, nobody even thought of being lactose-free. Now, people say, no, 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 I want alternative milk. I don't eat lactose. And we need to work with it because this group of people who really follows their health, the group grows. And soon each of us will be a person with certain dietary restrictions. And we need to serve everyone. We need to be able to provide a healthy menu. Well, drinks are alcohol, so they are not healthy by default. But we still can have a workaround. This is a recent case. You see the promos of the drinks which were created, but the slogans were not like the best gin tonic or the most refreshing gin tonic. But here, if you look at this picture, you see, it's non-alcoholic ginger highball. So you see the bottle of the alcohol-free gin. So the company says, you can enjoy gin tonic with all the richness of the taste, consuming 0 alcohol. Or Bailey's published a new product, which is called Delight, which has less calories. So the company says that you can taste this smoothie. It has the same taste of Bailey's and the same taste of berries, but it's 40% less sugar. And now you look at it and say, wow, this smoothie must be healthy, I need that. If we look at this poster, it says gluten-free martini.
Что? Gluten-free martini?
And I thought, what? But yeah, now there are so many people who avoid gluten. Gluten is the content of the grain, of wheat. Here, well, martini is produced from, essentially from grapes, so there's no gluten at all by default. But for many people it's important if the drink says gluten-free. Or the Skittle one, non-GMO soda. Well, vodka and soda, how does it even relate to the GMO? Has anyone thought of that? But actually, in Europe, this trend is really uprising, and people are really paying attention to this. They would choose the non-GMO brand. So what do they mean? They say that when we distill our vodka, when we make our vodka, we use the non-GMO grain. So we guarantee that there's no modified gene product used in the production of the vodka. Or when we talk about the soda highball, they say it's only 98 calories in Johnny and Soda Highball. Or the Captain and Diet Ginger. They say when you drink the Captain and Diet Ginger, you only get 86 calories instead of the classic rum cola with like 500 calories. Is it a way out? Will they sell more drinks? I think it's totally possible. In Ukraine, I haven't seen a single menu which would serve drinks like that. But me, I try to monitor what I eat and drink. I would definitely react to this. So I think this case definitely should be considered. We should think, what can we offer to our guests which would surprise them? Has anyone thought even how many calories are there in the rum cola? No, but if you say it's diet ginger, I don't know, you can promote it as a slimming cocktail, I don't know, or the martini whiskey. Has anyone thought that martini can be gluten-free? No. So yeah, this is the way to go. We can really work with this. So please tick if you agree. Next is trekking, everlasting trekking. People just rent out their apartments on Airbnb, or they don't even have an apartment initially, and they keep on traveling. What's good if you're a bartender, you can easily find a job in any country in the world. Like Losha told me about a friend who moved to Vietnam a few years ago, and he's still there, working in Vietnam and Cambodia. And people work more and more like that. They travel, they learn about the world, and they keep on working. So being a bartender is a unique job for this. Biting came out from the rap wars. When they started stealing the tracks from each other, the beats from each other. Here you see the picture of a Russian rapper called Timothy. So he and his brand, the 12, he stole the idea from the American brand 424. And yeah, it was outright theft because it looks the same. So he used this the same idea. He created this digital studio. The original American studio was called Super Duper, and Timothy created his Black Target. Yeah, he stole, or he recreated, you can say. So for our industry, you can use the term stolen with pride. When you kind of, let's say, borrow, you really can find an idea and you borrow the idea. You take it to your city and then you say, see, it's fine, I saw it on Barometer and I didn't really steal it, I took it and I want to share it with you so that you would also know that it exists. Digital detox. During the lockdown, we all were stuck with our screens, and then we saw, this is no longer possible. So now there are venues and even concerts like Madonna. For example, Madonna was selling a £600 ticket to her stadium, and she said, no phones allowed. She published the manifesto. When you go to the concert, nobody wants to listen to my song. You all are just filming your stories. Stop that. So no phones allowed. So people were there, and they paid £600, and some of them wanted to keep their phones. And they said, no. Madonna said, no, it's not my problem. My concert is about music, not about sharing this on social networks. In Ukraine, we also start having parties with zero phones allowed. So it's about talking to each other. There are hotels which also ban mobile phones. There are bars. In Britain, I think you've seen this case. There's a beer bar where the glasses are modeled in such a way so that, say, a glass of beer can stand still only if you put it over your phone. So if you remove your phone, the glass of beer falls down. Now, there are venues where laptops are not allowed because these kind of ruins the vibe, the coziness, and the conviviality. So you can impose a limit on smartphone use in your venue. So if you are there, talk to each other instead of just staring at your screens. Ask your neighbor how they are. Yeah, for many of us it would be very weird because phones are the extension of our hands already, but it's a good trend to follow. Another trend, the slow life. During the lockdown, we all have slowed down, and we understood that, yeah, we want to spend time with our family. It's so nice. We want to create cool parties at home. We can spend time and have fun. What can hospitality industry offer? If people start having parties at home, yeah, they can have homemade cocktails, they can hire a bartender, and they can follow certain instructions. And you, as a bar, you can sell, I don't know, party boxes. Yeah, feel free, buy a party box from our bar, and then you can have a party at your home. Or if you want just a Negroni, we can get it delivered to you very fast. Another trend, activism. Sounds quite simple, but when we talk about the communication, it's about talking to your audiences. When we talk about the brands, what do? The brands tell the story of how they are, what's special about them. The essence of activism is changing this delivery. And instead of saying how cool you are, it would be talking about making something useful, making something together. It's an interesting case. You know, in Lviv, there's a bar called Sina, and they collect a percentage from every drink to plant trees. So when they collected a certain amount, they invited all those people who took part in this fundraising, and they planted the trees together. So it's about social responsibility. Yeah, we can drink a cocktail here or there, elsewhere, but the brand which urges you to do something more, to plant trees. So it's about bigger things, and it's good. These are the things to remember. It could be fundraising for charity, I don't know, for some foundation. So overall, when your guests... here's the question. Where were you yesterday? The guests will say, oh, yesterday I was saving poor kittens, or I was planting trees by drinking cocktails. So, see, it's a good alibi, you know. I don't know if the person comes home 6 o'clock saying, I was saving kittens, would they believe him or no? But anyway, let's move on. Another trend, which is very dear to Irina, this is the pigeonification. So, Pigeon Ukrainian was really a mark of kind of low origin. When people spoke with bad grammar, it was, you know, misperceived. But now, they make it into a trend. Jerry Hale sang a song essentially in Pigeon Ukrainian, and it's a popular catchphrase. Or this cartoon about the goose which travels around, and the catchphrases are in Pigeon Ukrainian, in broken Ukrainian. And I bought a cup with the image. It's nice and trendy. And I saw that in Odessa, for example, many bars use their local kind of broken vernacular language in naming their drinks, for example. And you have to talk to the bartender to understand what it means. So, of course, it won't work for everyone and everything. But if you want to have a limited campaign for summer, you can, I don't know, hire these artists who draw the goose, create something special. Another important trend, which is also quite important, and I also saw this story, it's cybersecurity. At the moment, cybersecurity is like personal hygiene. The essence is the following. A lot of information now is in your Telegram, on your phones, in your Instagram, and so on. At the same time, it's not that hard to hack you if you do not have the two-factor authentication set up, anyone can quite easily hack your phone. So let us pick up our phones, and I will show how to make life difficult for the hackers. Let's take the example of the Telegram. It's quite easy, but you are gonna feel more secure. I did that. I highly recommend it. Open Telegram settings. In the settings, there's an item called privacy. And in point 3, it says codes, passwords, Face ID. And then, so in order to open your Telegram, they want to verify you with your face or your password. If you don't have it checked, then your Telegram is much easier to hack. The same goes for Instagram. In Instagram, you have to set up the two-factor authentication when you need to confirm every login with your phone. It's quite easy, but you get the feeling of security, knowing that you are safe. Nobody would see the pictures you direct message to each other. It's important. Happiness. Happiness is trendy now. The more and more we have the situation and people are changing their habits, people remember that family coziness and conviviality is important. They go out together, they hike together with their friends. Now, in our country, even taking care about mental health is the norm. A few years ago, if somebody told me that they saw a shrink, I would say, oh, are you crazy? We've had these prejudices and stereotypes, but now it's the norm. Taking care about your mental well-being is the norm. And the ultimate trend I wanted to discuss is Asia. Now, knowing your sushi is not enough. You have to know your ramens, your pho bos, your different Asian cuisines. Like today, I overheard the discussion about the quality of ramen in the food court. Asian is the trend now. Say, Japanese whiskey. Is Japanese whiskey as old as Scotch whiskey? No, but it's now the trend, really. Or the Korean makeup, or clothing, face masks. Yeah, it probably would be quite well known now, because the Asia is in the trend. There's also the World 50 Best Bars ranking, but there's another one, Asian 50 Best Bars. You see, they have their own ranking.
Yeah, so look, we had 20 words, and we've gone through those 20 words. And now I don't know if any of you ticked these things on the paper or you pushed the button, but there were 20 words, so these things that we talked through, do you agree that you need to apply it in your work? So out of 20, if you have 0 to 5, please raise your hand if it's no more than 5 are applicable. If you think that it's 5 to 15, 5 to 15, it makes sense to introduce in your bar these trends. Thank you. And if you are between 15 and 20, if you think that all of it makes sense and has the right to be, please raise your hands. Okay, a little fewer people. So this is something that I would like to tell you. I'd like to thank you for dedicating the entire hour of your life to us, to our presentation. We spent quite a lot of time to find all this information, to fact-check it, and to have the opportunity to share it with you. But if you have any questions or you want to find out more from us, this is my Instagram and Alexei's Instagram. We will be happy to answer any of the questions that you might have. We would like to wish you a good afternoon, tasty drinks, develop yourself, and look for something interesting for your bars and restaurants.
hear it for the DBA duo, Alexei and Ira! Woo!
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, you know that Daniel is on in 18 minutes, so we will see you soon. You know how it goes. Let me hear you make some noise, Barometer. Fantastic to see a completely full room here at Day 2 Barometer 2021 International Bar Show. It's a very exciting opportunity to introduce the next guest, the next main speaker. You'll know Daniel Nevsky from Cocktails for You, but he's gone out and he's created something even more incredible, the indie bartender. If you're only going to follow one person on Instagram, personally, I would follow Daniel. What he does up there is really changing what we've seen in the past in terms of being brand and led. He's really leading the way of the content and the bartenders on a global scale. It's a great honor to call him my friend and to see all the things that he comes up with. So I'm fascinated to hear all his new projects. So you know what to do. I need you upstanding, please, out of your seats. Come on, Barometer. You can get those legs out of your comfy seats because I want the biggest. I want a 10 out of 10 noise. Let's hear, Barometer, for Daniel Nevsky!
Пышка. Я просто пышка. Пышка.
So, thank you, Kiev. Thank you, Barometer. Thank you, Ukraine. It's been very pleasant to hear Kenji's words. So the strategic plan of taking over the world, also known as marketing. All of you came here. I think you saw my teaser. There is a lot of everything there. You see the familiar faces, something like that. I've been working in our beautiful industry for a very long time, and most often people come and start telling how great they are, how great they did, be like me. This is what they do. Or they tell about technologies that you don't have, or about the book that all of you have read about some past. And very often we come to these workshops and they abstractly tell us some things, how to be better. You can do everything. Everything will work out for you. And sooner or later, within 3, 4, 5 years, all of this becomes tiring. You get tired of it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 seminars about gene, everything you know already, you've read everything. And during the pandemic, there came a moment I realized that we lack the understanding of what is happening around us. You know, you probably dreamt to be the best bartender in the world. Bar managers, bar owners thought about wanting their bar to be on some list or to be known in the other countries. And nobody understands how it happens, what's going on around us. And I sit down and I wrote it down. I thought about the past. I thought about the future. I thought about everything that's happening. And if we analyze all of the bar communities of this world, we can find out some direct way how you can reach success in this. And today, I will be telling you about this. Very simply, very beautifully. Yulia, can we please start the video now? This is you. You're a bartender. You're a beginner. You have received a cocktail shaker. You're now a cocktail bartender. Stop. You're a cocktail bartender and you understand this character is you. This is level 1, your knowledge. The jigger is not a bad word for black people. Negroni and Americana also are not simply coffees. You earn some money. Please go on. This is an unpleasant guest in the bar. You move on, the first competition, the first seminars and workshops, and sooner or later, Bacardi School of Martini comes to you and has a teaching session, a school. Thanks to Bacardi School of Martini, who brings you this knowledge. You are upgraded, you're now level 2. You're the head bartender now, and you started thinking differently. Your employees are always lazy, your manager is always lazy as well, and sooner or later you will win Bacardi Legacy. We go on. You caught a star. You started thinking of yourself as someone important because you won the first local competition. Bam, bam, bam. We received the first competition prize. You're now consultant, you're the national champion. Not Bacardi Legacy, but you're the group manager. You are now star-kissed, and you start earning more money. You changed the world of mixology. Ukraine started drinking differently. You taught everyone how to mix daiquiri correctly. Water vaporizers, you're tired of them. Kombucha are all different. They're sour. You can't drink them for life. And now we turn it on. Okay, this is how we started from the beginning. Can we? This is not me. This is somebody who's showing the video. These are the technical problems. Okay, let's do it again. Shaker. Money. Bacardi School Martini. The star. The burnout. Stop. Now here. So the bar manager, consultant, national champion, not Bacardi Legacy group manager, character level 4, and then suddenly we know that our industry is rather difficult, rather complicated. There are some goals, some interests, some directions. They're so simple. You will not win a competition. It will not happen that you win a competition. You suddenly start receiving a lot of money. And suddenly you want an apartment, you want to go on a vacation. You just discovered vacation because for the last 5, 6, 7 years you haven't heard of it. And then you realize how tasty beer is. Not a stout, not APA, just fresh beer. You had a lot of some things in the Negroni bar and you wanted to just drink a regular beer, you know? So, here we go. Now we all understand what's going on. Here I think that we all agree on what we have here. Some of you are still on this way, some of you on the first, second, third, fourth level. But those of us who've worked for 10, 15 years in this industry is the same as different how people and dogs age. People age, you know, how we age, and dogs age 8 times quicker. And in bar industry, I think the aging happens in 20 times quicker. So 3 years, I'm definitely 40 years older. So there are several factors. And now we are going up this ladder to catch something big, some career. It's related directly to the company where you work. If your cocktail bar is 30 square meters, and in 7 hours you can have only a certain number of people, there is the maximum amount that this bar can earn, you know? It's simple logic. And of course, there's the maximum number of people who can be working there. There is also certain economics, how much the cocktails cost and how much you need to pay for rent. And then there comes a ceiling, because this bar cannot implement what you think is necessary, as you're already the champion, not of Bacardi Legacy, but anyway. But you can't receive in this bar, you know, like the $5,000 that you want. And people start hitting their head against the ceiling, and they don't understand how to go on. Because when I buy small, I don't have anything against small, low-key atmosphere bars. I'm just analyzing this topic. If you can't earn more, what do? You can consult, okay. There's working with brands, okay, but this is your time. And the owner still wants you to work 50, 70 hours a week, right? You need to ask yourself, what is it that you need? Do you need to go abroad? Do you need to develop where you live? And then your direct income is related to the company where you work. Either you yourself are the company, you're creating the company, or you're working for the company that is going to expand. Because the more they expand, the more places they have, the more you work, and it's directly related to your income. Please go on. And this is also a simple scheme. This is the money. Stop. So we know what we do, we understand our level, we want to move further, and very often I see guys who think that, well, in 1 year we have 12, 13, 14, 15 guest bartenders from all over the world. Why are we not in top 50? Why it happens like this? Why nobody invites us? And here you need to understand that basically our world is divided into geographical and cultural, by geographical and cultural barriers. There is the English world, Spanish world, Asia, wild Africa, and closed Middle East. And if you want, at the global level, if you want to play at the global level, if you want to be invited to other bar shows, to guest bartending in the other countries, you need to understand that you need to be relevant in their world, in the market where you want to get. You cannot come, somebody says, you can't take your teapot and bring it to Kiev, you know. Please stop. I traveled around with my project all around the world, and I did a project where I worked in different places of the world. Basically, I don't have anything. I don't have a global prize of some kind of championship. This is just networking. But in networking, when you can communicate with someone, you can use the same language. And the guys come to other countries, and they have bad mood because they are not praised there. But did you find a common language? Did you analyze the market? If a Negroni bar comes to Italy to prepare Negronis, well, great, nobody needs you there. Here you need to think, you have some global ambitions of strategic taking over some part of the world, you need to understand where to put your money, what to bet on. English-speaking world is understandable. It's the Northern America, it's the larger part of Europe, Australia, and South Africa. I even was to South Africa, and I told them about Alex Crotin, and I'm like, please raise your hand who knows Alex Crotin. And 70 people, and only 2 raised their hand, because basically they speak the same language. But, it's funny that I have a great designer. So you are in Ukraine now. Ukraine is now in a very interesting place in the country's history. More or less, you will be let into Europe sooner or later, fully. As a EU membership, you can already travel around different countries without the visas. I really believe that as soon as you get into the EU, there will be an entire war of professionals in our industry who will just take over the entire Europe, because you can work. This is my personal analysis about Ukrainian bar community. You can work, you like working very much. You're ready to work for a long time, and you know more than half of the Europe about the technical parts, because all of you are nerds. And you most probably know the history of cocktails better than them, and service in the post-Soviet countries is usually better than in Western Europe where I live. So sooner or later, this wave will come. We don't know when it happens, and most probably it will come from Ukraine. But nobody will fucking take you into work if you can't communicate with them. When I was very drunk at 6 a.m. in a barman diktat, talked to one guy. This is the normal atmosphere for bartenders, 6 a.m., yebanitka, barman diktat. And the guy talks to me, he's from some province here, and he says, Danya, I won the legacy. I will win the legacy. It's like, okay, well, this is the good start. And they'll go to London. I'm like, why London? Because they'll take me there. For what? Do you know English? No, but, I can learn it. So the plans already are somewhere in nirvana, he already has the ready plans that he wins the legacy. He already learned English. And I'm asking him, why should they take you there? Because I'm a champion. But is there at least one case of some champion of the legacy who won and suddenly went to a different country and also became a champion there? There is not a single case. So people come up with some fantasies, but they don't even understand where to start. Of course, it's easy to be ambitious. And please go on.
Стоп. Ну ладно.
So we know that the world is broken into different regions. There is cultural difference, different languages. But career growth is directly related to the company where we work. It's great, and we understand that, most importantly, if you go somewhere, you decide that I'm going to England. I'm going there, me and my team and my bar, and we'll take over the entire England. And there is this tendency in the industry. You have 3 years to become relevant in this market. Because I put my hand on my heart now, if you come to Great Britain, you're exotic for them. Ukrainians, what is that? They don't understand. For them, it's absolutely interesting. It's like you bring a Colombian into Ukraine or a Negro from Kenya, and the first year where you come somewhere, you're automatically in trend because it's interesting to see you. So the first year, when you come to any market, to any country, it's very important to bring the correct impression, the right impression. It doesn't mean that impression is good or bad. The correct impression depends on who brings you, whether you came yourself. And you have 3 years. The first year, you're in trendy, and you prove that you're worth it. The second year, you go back, and you look relevant. You confirm the information, that you're not just simply were interesting because you were exotic in the first year, but that you do have something interesting about you. In the third year, you go back and you prove with some project, and you get stable in the industry. And if it happens, you become a group of people known by everybody for at least another 3 years, and nobody's asking the question, why are they, showing off here? I'll make an example. Last year, I finally received my Russian citizenship, and I came to Russia for a bar show. And in 23 years, they let me in. And of course, there were like 400 people in this seminar. There were many, many, many people there. And of course, everything was trendy. And there were some mixed ideas about me. But I realized if I wanted to go to that country, not just spending my money, but if I want to earn something, I need to be relevant. So now I had this project, I compiled this project. I will be developing it for the next 2 years, and the idea is the following. I want to create a full review of post-Soviet space, not only the cities such as Kyiv or St. Petersburg or Moscow or Minsk, but to go to places where these main guys don't go, to go to Odessa, to go to Dnipro, to Kharkiv. I want to go to that, Vladivostok, all right. I want to have the entire tour of the post-Soviet space and tell people in the West about it, where I live. At the same time, I want to take a tour of South America because I also haven't been there. Now I live in Barcelona, and I'm studying Spanish. And then do the exchange program of post-Soviet space and Latin America. Why? Because for them, you are exotic, and they don't know anything about you, and for you, they are exotic, and you don't know anything about them. And with this, what's the vabank for me? If I have 3 years to do it, and I can do it, then I can come back to you every year and say, hey, guys from Kharkiv, in Sao Paulo, we brought them. And there I'm trendy, and I'm trendy here because I did something good here. And the question is, why the fuck I need this? If I want you to respect me as a professional because I don't have a bar, I don't have a brand, I need to prove you. I need to prove you with a project that I didn't just come to show off here. This is a strategic idea. Because if I need to have like 30,000 euro loan, I will do this because I made a promise. And we'll come back to this.
Есть только два типа людей. Могут или не могут.
There are only two types of people. They can or they cannot. You're a bartender. Bar ambassador calls you for a Bacardi School of Martini, for a workshop that will change your life. And you said you will come, but then you didn't come. You either can do it or you can't do it. But you have a reputation of a person who doesn't show up. You come to a BCB, you come to Athens Bar Show, you invited some guest bartender and you said that we need to do a collaboration with you. So many people come up to me and they're like, come to Kharkiv, let's do a collaboration. And then you never hear from them until the next barometer when they tell you the same thing. Well, if you want to do it, we can organize, we can do this thing. And then this is where at the end you either can or you can't. If you invited someone as a guest, if you want to work with them, there are only two groups of people. Those who fantasize and those who can't do it.
В какой группе вы находитесь? Вы обещали прийти.
Which group are you in? You promised to come to a meeting with the bar manager. Can you or can you not? You know, when they come, but if you have a reputation of a person who can't, it stays with you for a very long time, unfortunately. And the more you grow in this pyramid of the global bar industry, if I have a message from Germany, I want to go to that bar. Daniel, can they or can they not? And I advise, no, these cannot. And this reputation, these rumors, these stories, you know, they travel around. So be the person who can. Don't be the person who can't. So, your growing career. You now know what the world looks like. You now know that you need to choose a region and go there for 3 years, break all the barriers, come up with a brand line. How you make your brand relevant, yourself there, your bar relevant there. You know that you can and you can do it. That's great. But you don't have enough money. Or it's impossible to find the money. And there is this thing that when you don't know who to talk to, is there a person here who's a brand manager, bar manager? Can you please raise your hand? Is there at least one brand manager here? Ambassador doesn't count. There's someone waving in the back. The most important person whom you can meet, who has the budget and who can spend the money on you and on your innovative or non-innovative activations, on your guest bartenders, is the brand manager. So most often, these are the people who probably haven't even worked in the bar industry. Maybe they come from different industries, but unfortunately, any brand ambassador will tell you, these are the people, the brand managers, who decide where the budgets go. So if you want to do something of what we've listed, you need to understand that you don't need to meet your local brand manager, but you need to meet either the global regional brand manager or a brand manager from a country where you want to go to. Because if you tell a brand manager in Ukraine that I want to go to Berlin for a guest bartender, I need to spend 3,000 euro for that, for flights and all, the local brand manager would be, why the fuck I need this? Because they're responsible for this region. Why the hell do I need to take you there? Of course, you will do something for them. You will do some marketing for them, but why do I need that? So the key person, the heart and the kidneys for those of you who want to perform on the global arena is the brand manager, and not just the local brand manager, but the brand manager in the location where you want to go to. Please go on. Stop. And this brings us back. This brings us to a new stage. You're either a seller or a buyer. You buy somebody else's time, you sell your time. You do the same at the bar. Why do people come to drink cocktails? Because A, it's tasty, B, they're buying your time. They're buying your relation. It's the same thing with these international strategies. Why do we need guest bartending? What can come out of it, not just for you and your team, but for the brand, but for the location, for the community? So if you can pack it and sell it correctly, then maybe you will earn the money that you need. Maybe you can receive the money for all the projects that you want to implement. It's important to be able to buy and to sell. And the most important person we are selling to is that very brand manager. And to talk to them, you need to be a person who can. And so that they would come back to you as a permanent client, you need to be relevant not one time, but for 3 years. And to communicate with them, you need to also know the language that they talk into. This is all mutually connected. All of us want to earn some crazy money all over the world, thinking that if we win some kind of a competition, the money just comes to us and we will just absorb the money. But very few bartenders understand that in order to invoice someone, and in Europe works like this, you need a private entrepreneurship company. You can't just come and expect that they give you the cash, and they give you, as in Uzbekistan, they pay you, the boxes of money. But anyway, let's analyze Barometer Bar Show, because we're here now. Every year, there is a crazy number of speakers coming here. Most often, many of them are in the lists of juries of the best 50 bars of the world. Sometimes the brands, including Bacardi, including School of Martini and Dewars, who brought me, they bring people here so that they teach workshops, they do guest bartending and something similar to that. And every year I hear, oh, well, this year few people is not great. Or, oh, no, everybody got drunk again to Diktat, again to Paravoz, again Loggerhead, the same bars. For some reasons, knowing that Barometer takes place every year at the same time, nobody thought maybe this year I'll get prepared. Maybe this year I'll know in advance that there is Barometer Bar Show. I'll connect to the brand managers of all the companies who invest a lot to this show to maybe contact them and maybe tell them that, we would very like you to bring this particular person, and in advance, strategically, to connect to them, to plan something that particularly you need. Maybe you promised before the pandemic to bring some crazy person from Paris into your bar, and then now there is a moment where you can not simply be the person who can't, but you can become a person who can, and this is your opportunity. And then you have a friend in Paris, a friend in France, who can later help you the same way to come there, maybe with your guest bartending, with your project, with your seminar. So Barometer Bar Show is a huge strategic event that basically can help all of you. This all depends on you and how much you can use it, because they're very cunning. Barometer Bar Show, there are the brands, there are the consumers, bars from all over Europe come, they work 10 hours, 3 days, they don't see anything, they lack, they don't have enough cups. No one's perfect, all of us are working. And I really advise you to work all together. What happened? Is someone barking?
Еще как. Потому что есть...
If you think strategically, in the countries where bar shows are hosted, they have more top bars. Why? Because the jury members, the professionals, they come there, they start telling about them, and they get promoted. That's why bar shows like Barometer helps. Then you might have a question. Okay, this Barometer is there for like 4 years, and you have the professionals from all over the world, but the bar is not listed in any ranking. There's a question, and you have to find the answer to it. Let's proceed. So, this is the final stage. We all are these fantastic, cool bar owners, brand owners. As soon as you get to this level, as soon as you start traveling and meeting other owners, other colleagues, you start understanding that all your skills worth nothing. The world is bigger and the knowledge is bigger than yours. And you see, you go there, you get that experience, but it helps. It helps you think differently. So I highly recommend you thinking strategically and thinking differently. But this is only the first part. Start the second part. Remember how I started this? Yeah, Yulia, cut that. Let's proceed with the seminar. So that was cool. I've been telling you some abstract shit I've been mocking in the beginning of the seminar. So what happens next? I took 2 bar concepts from Ukraine. I visited one of them. Actually, no, I visited both of them. I visited both bars. One is in Lviv, another is in Kiev. And I set a task. I said, okay, in 2 hours I will analyze the concept. I will not think about the team and if they got any awards or not. I'm not thinking about money. I would just think, if I were a brand strategist of this venue, how would I develop it? What can I do with it? On the one hand, it's interesting because the cases of Ukrainian bars are, well, local and dear to us. On the other hand, there's a trick. I didn't tell the boss that I'm going to do that, and they don't know. So the question comes out. Yeah, they are thinking of the concept and they can't find it, and now I'm just giving it to you. Well, here we are. The strategic plan of overtaking the world. World domination through bartending. Who are you? Well, you might be a cocktail bar, but we don't really have any extremely cool cocktail bar, or maybe restaurant with a cocktail lounge. So which is the concept? There are either abstract or specific concepts. If your name is Pink Floyd, well, those who understand what Freud is, they would understand. But those average consumers would not know that. They would not understand the concept. And now, what's your unique proposal? This is the key question. What is the unique proposal? Something that's not present elsewhere in your city or globally. I joked about Negroni bar going to Italy. You see, how can you go there and tell the Italians that they need to drink Amara vermouth? When are you open? If you're open all day, you will not have the concept of some small speakeasy if you have a large open bar with spritz. What is the city? Kiev, Odessa. No, that's wrong. It's Kiev, Lviv. The objective. Some people say, okay, bars are my mission. But yeah, after all, at the end of the day, you all love money, right? Show your hand if you love money. Yeah, these guys, they have money. I also love money. We all love money. You know, oh, you have raised 2 hands. Yeah. We all love the dough. We all love money. We all need this because recognition is not a legal tender. Nobody can pay rent with it. And I don't know. You need money to go out, to do anything. So fame, recognition, acknowledgement, it's all about money. Fame is like people who already are famous for what they received, like the Diageo World Class in 2012. Some people, they don't need kind of fame and euphoria. They want recognition. They want people to know who this person is on a more intimate level. And also there's acknowledgement. Acknowledgement of you as a professional. Because if you go somewhere, if you teach at some seminars, well, then you receive the acknowledgement that you are an expert. So these are kind of similar but different objectives, but they all lead to money. Salvatore Calabrese has been working in London for 50 years, and who actually knows at least one cocktail by Salvatore Calabrese? I doubt. Well, yeah, that guy knows, because you might have a contract. But anyway, people don't know the cocktails. But yeah, he has fame. Who called him a maestro? Yeah, it's just like the book says that he invented a martini in 6 days, while God created the world in 7 days. So yeah, he might have fame, and he might fame recognition, but yeah, nobody knows why really. But this recognition is important for the brand managers. They want to take you, they want to invite you to your places. But acknowledgement also means the acknowledgement of your expert nature, that you have something to share. But it all leads to money, and this is our objective, because money is what we want. The disadvantages of our industry. At the moment, we only have 3 rankings. Well, somehow we can get fame, recognition, or acknowledgement. The tales of the cocktail, 50 best bars, and top 500 bars. Blah, blah, blah. If you want to dominate the world strategically in the bar industry, you need these rankings. I will not now dive into this, but the 2 bars I have chosen, well, I meant for myself that we need to overtake the world using current rankings. So, bar analysis, only the concept. We ignore money, we ignore the current status at the moment, because we understand many of you are friends, but or not friends with others. It's irrelevant for the moment. And also we need to consider that past achievements are irrelevant because of the pandemics. Beatnik. Anyone from Beatnik here? Wow, thank God. So who are you? No, that's not it. No, that's a mistake. It's not a restaurant with a cocktail program. It's a cocktail bar with a specific concept. The culture and traditions of 1950s. Open, evenings only. Where? Kiev. Quite clear. The pluses and the minuses. Beatnik has huge potential for marketing, because people who founded this subculture, they are all extinct. So it's up to us to interpret what they meant. That's fantastic. But the culture of the beatniks, the real culture of beatniks, is not really known today. And this helps us reinvent the interpretation. Like, I think beatniks meant that, they were about that. Why not? Also, it has close ties with the US. US is the biggest market in the world with most money. What do we want? Money. There are disadvantages. I analyzed the beatnik menu, I checked their Instagram, and now they have the same trend which conquered the world, the minimalism. And this hinders the ties between the concept and the drinks. They have lightened palomas, which are, I'm sure, very tasty. They also have guest bartenders with Bacardi and Dewars whiskey, which help you be better. Because I'm speaking there, and I invite you all. You know, it's like every 10 minutes on YouTube, you have the ads, but you don't subscribe to YouTube Premium, so you can't. So, this is a disadvantage, because nowadays, people don't know this culture. And it is an obstacle to your major project. So the potential is to gather all marketing budgets from bourbon companies, because the unique connection to the US and the booze which the US beatniks drank. And there's also the potential for the international franchise. On the other hand, the beatnik audience are valuable clients. Why? Because beatniks are jazz, they're educated people, the bohème, the writers, the artists. It's very attractive. And they have money usually. So what do we need to do? We need to get to the US market. We need to attract the budgets of American brands and to be nominated in the best international cocktail bar, Tales of the Cocktail. Why? Because that's the US ranking, and we want to leverage that. So how it starts? Year 1, there's this show called BCB Brooklyn. It's very important. There's a bar called Amor y Amargo. We need to have the guest visit on that show in that bar. Why? Because the owner of the Amor y Amargo used to be a jazz pianist. And last year, he was here on Barometer, sold their tea. So if my bar is in Kiev and if this person already came to Ukraine, already there's a connection. That's a plus. On the other hand, he's a pianist. The beatniks, they loved jazz. Well, in our version at least. So there is some connection. And third, the bar is in New York, where we want to go. And where did the beatniks hang out? In New York. So the connection is there. Of course, we need to make the New York tour around the main places of the beatniks. And they were in Café Reggio, in Café Wa, in Fat Black Pussycat. I really looked into New York plan to think of this tour, because they visited those venues. Why? We need to show that we know this culture, and in order to do that, we need to go there, to the place where they lived. You need to really live this fucking life, and it's not enough to just say that, yeah, have some light paloma, and that's it. Yeah, so the birthday of Jack Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, and Burroughs, Anthony Burroughs, I would make these days like festivals, celebrations, so that everybody would know the birthdays of the beatnik writers. This would attract the American consumers. And also I would go to San Francisco. Why? Because one beatnik just stabbed the other one, then got arrested. It's not important. And there I would go to the Vesuvio Cafe, and also I would make a guest shift in the Trick Dog. Why? Because the owner of the Trick Dog is a pianist who loves jazz, and we have another link to the US. And also the owner of the Trick Dog is a member of the Academy in the 50 Best Bars, so he has a vote there. Year 2. Guest shifts are cool, but not very effective. In order to prove to you in Ukraine that we are the beatnik, we are conceptual, we love the 50s, and we love jazz, because we think of ourselves as such, instead of just going around the world with guest shifts, which are slightly senseless, I would have guest shifts during international jazz festivals. And the most important jazz festivals are in Cape Town, in Montreal, and in New Orleans and Jakarta. And I already selected the bars which fit the beatniks concept, and the owners of these bars either love beatnik music or are members of the jury. And of course, if I go to fucking New Orleans, to the Cure bar, owned by Neil Bodenheimer, who is a pianist who loves jazz music, but also he is the co-owner of the Tales of the Cocktail. And if I want the beatnik bar to be nominated for the Tales of the Cocktail, I need to get to know him. In order to get to know him, I have to convince him that we're cool. And once I want to get the money of all the bourbon companies of the US, if I am already there in the New Orleans, why don't I just pay $200 to go to all these distilleries? And I would tell them, okay, I did a guest shift in the Cure, I went to this festival, and they all sponsored the Tales of the Cocktail. And and it was my fault that I didn't get the subscription of that brand. Anyway, on year 3, I would make my own beatnik festival from March 7th to March 12th. Why? Because this is the period in between Jack Kerouac's birthday, and he is the main founder of the beatnik culture, and I would invite the friends from Sothers, he was in Ukraine, and Frankie Marshall, he is so it would also make sense. And Jackson Cannon in Boston, a member of the jury, friends with the first two. Why? Because we want to be nominated to the Tales of the Cocktail, and I would create the Bitnik Kiev Bourbon Club. We will not have many guests, but as I have visited the U.S. distilleries, they are friends with us. We have a contact, and they want to get their money. And in order to get their money, we need to do something with bourbons. All these is interrelated. This is just a simple mini consulting using the concept with the objective of earning money and get nominated to the Tales of the Cocktail. And the final thing would be a North American tour. Why would I get them? Because I'm a friend of the owner of the Tales of the Cocktail, because I visited it already several times, and the distillery industry loves me, and the Bitnik as a concept is American. And I toured in North America, Brooklyn, Vegas night, and Toronto cocktail week. Guest shifts at Polite Provisions, Herbs and Dry, Bar Raval. And I do this until July, because in August they vote. And my Bitnik bar, which toured around the North America and gathered all the marketing budgets of the bourbon companies, comes back to Ukraine. We don't win anything because Americans hate all Europeans, but we are nominated. And this is what we need to do to be relevant. And you see, everybody thinks, okay, Roma was so cool, he did that to the Bitnik, he was nominated, he got all the budgets, he has his festival, their own bourbon club. So I see you're all silent. I hope I didn't shock any of you, but I'm sure that these explanation of strategic thinking of how you can develop your venue globally would help you think large scale. Because I didn't just think what that venue is and who did that. I was thinking about the concept and how it can be developed with a specific objective, instead of just waiting to have more guests. I don't have time to do that, because sooner or later, Roma's knees would start hurting. He gets older. He would like to have more beer instead of Amaro. So I hope that this just brain dump of ideas helps you to look at things differently. So guest shifts or seminars you want to take hopefully help you do that, hopefully help you think out of the box. Project 2, I think my time is almost out, so I'll be brief. 12 steps from Lviv. Who are you? Cocktail bar. The concept is abstract. What's it about? This is a unique proposal. The location. Lviv is a unique place with a very interesting history. And unfortunately, in 12 steps, they don't have anything else. They're not unique. And it doesn't mean they're bad. It's just their unique proposal is only that. When are they open? In the evening. Where? In Lviv. The pluses. Lviv. And the plus is the fully abstract concept. 12 steps, 12 monkeys, not the bar, but the film. 12 Olympic gods, 12 months, 12 anything. The minuses. 12 steps in English equals Alcoholics Anonymous. So is it a cocktail bar, or do we want to cure alcoholism? Actually, it's an interesting twist on the concept, but I'm not sure that in global marketing we can say that we are anti-Alcoholics Anonymous, the AAA. We have 12 steps to alcoholism. Unfortunately, you will not attract much marketing budgets from alcohol producers. And the minus is also the fully abstract concept because it's related. The potential. What is the essence? 12 steps in its concept and its location. Well, unfortunately, I don't see a chance for it to enter any ranking. But in Islam culture, in the Middle Eastern culture, they often have 12 steps or 12 paths or whatnot. And I see that actually with 12 steps, it's possible. Now, there are many flights open between Lviv and Middle East, and you can develop something in Dubai, Morocco, and Cairo. And you might not know, but the federal tourism agencies of many countries, they have a shitload of money, and very often they don't know where to invest it. Do you know the country of Peru, the city of Lima, Pisco, the best restaurants of the world? Why? Because the tourism agency of Peru issues budget so that the chefs will travel abroad and tell how cool their restaurants are. So what do they have to do? We need to go to the international arena and do role play. Do you know what role play is? Yeah, you probably saw it on Instagram. So 3 years, 36 months. The 3-year plan. Year 1, we need to overtake Ukraine. Why? Because we are in Lviv and there are many good bars in Lviv, and we need to make sure people love us. In order to overtake Ukraine, we need to prove that we are super great, and that's why we need to invite cool people from outside of Ukraine. That's why we have the program called 12 Guests. So Zekla, Parovoz, Old Pal, Beatnik, Cocktailka, Mad Bar's House, Who and Why, 1920, Barmaglot Almaty, and other guests. So also we would have Jad Balut from Lebanon, 50 best, and Walid Merhi, Egypt, the member of the jury, Stefano Gambardella from Galaxy Bar in Dubai. Why? Because we want to open 12 steps in Dubai, in Cairo, and in Morocco. So we need to attract the Middle Eastern people. That's why we need to have key people from the Middle East to do guest shifts here. Plus, the Italians, they are a mafia, really, so we need them to love us. In any best bar in the world, they always have an Italian person on staff. And, of course, we need to get the SALT award. Why? Because you want Ukraine to love you. And, well, it's quite clear. Year 2. If I want people from the Middle East to invest into me, because I have international guest shifts, then I need to go beyond Europe, and I need to visit the key cities which somehow are related to the diaspora of rich Arabs: the Dubai, Genova, Istanbul, Liverpool, Marseille, Nicosia, Split, Vancouver, Bahrain, Tunis, Morocco, Cairo. Why? Because I want money. I want 12 steps to be open in 3 countries on the Mediterranean. That's cool. In each of these cities, they have either a huge diaspora of rich Arabs, or, the Moroccans, the Lebanese. And I want to name the key 12 steps, because firstly we are in Lviv, and secondly we are a small bar. We don't have that much money as the others, and we would call us the underdog story, because everybody loves underdogs, and underdog can work with such a fantastic whiskey as Dewar's, which has recently published the Portuguese, the Caribbean whiskey, the underdog. And year 3, the key shows where potential investors come together. That's one thing. Second, the conference with Arabic money, the Athens, Florence, and Rome. And the Mediterranean Bar Show will take place on Cyprus, in Nicosia, next year. I know the owner, so yeah, I can tell that's 100% true. So we do our bar show there, we say how cool we are, and we tell about Lviv, the unique, fantastic place which is developing now in Ukraine. And then I say how cool we are. We go to the UAE, Global Family Wealth and Investment Forum, the Middle East Investment Summit. There we try to sell 12 steps as a franchise in 3 different locations all over the world. And the main group I even have found some companies which are ready to buy the 12 steps. These are Baku Hospitality and Cedars Restaurant Group. Why? Because from Cedars Restaurant Group we brought Stefano Gambardello, and from Baku Hospitality, Valid Murphy. The three-year plan, 3-year relevance plan, 3-year plan to move to your objective. And of course, finally, we bring Anthony Poncier from Top 500 Best Bars. I understand that, yeah, this is the end of these two concepts. I told you a lot. I dumped these strange names or hospitality groups onto you, the restaurant groups, the locations, the conferences. But for 2 hours, I've been sitting and thinking, how can you develop these two different projects on their different unique scheme to get this fantastic money? And how can you think, how should you think, if you want to be a head bartender, the bar manager, the bar owner, and to promote your venue internationally? In order to do that, we need not only large-scale thinking, you need to have large-scale actions. You need to be friends with everyone, and in particular with Bacardi School of Martino, which brings interesting speakers to you every year, and attend different seminars. I don't know if it helped or not. My name is Daniel Nevsky. And this is my new project. This is the QR code of that project. My objective in the next 2 years is to help 10,000 bartenders. So that by the end of 2022, I would help 10,000 bartenders to be the best. The bartenders, bar managers, and brand ambassadors, helping them. You can register through this barcode. It's up to you. And we have trainings and manual from Milk and Honey, longer than you manual and staff training, guest calculator, how to do personal branding. It's free. So be better and think strategically. Thank you and goodbye.
No, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on. From Daniel Neves. No, I got it all wrong. Nevsky, Daniel Nevsky. All right. One thing, because this guy is the king of social media in my eyes, in our respects, and he responds to every message and everything you put on there. So I want everyone to take a photo of him and then tag him, and let's see how much spam he can get on his phone. So everyone, get your phone out. He likes to play tricks, so I'm playing one on him. Come on, get your phones out, everybody. Take a phone of Daniel Nevsky. Nevsky. Sorry.
Невецкий.
Невецкий.
Левицкий, что сказать.
Da. Okay, take a picture. I'm going to step away. And then tag him, indie bartender, the cocktail man, Daniel. All right, one last round of applause for the man himself. All right, you know the score by now. Barometer, let me hear some noise. All right, you're a bit too early on this side. And this side, I didn't know what was coming. So let's try that again. Barometer 2021, let me hear you make some noise. I know I say that a lot, but I've been a year and a half without a crowd in front of me, and I love just taking the energy from you guys, and it's been fantastic. You've dealt some hard blows, and now we're back, and it's great. So our next speaker on the main stage here at Barometer is going to be talking about influence. I'm going to be introducing a lovely South African gentleman over here, Devin Tomlinson, who's going to be talking about the influence. I mean, he's got the experience. Global ambassador at the Halewood Group, including Whitley Neal and Dead Man's Fingers. Yes, of course. Yes, we got a lot of Dead Man's Fingers fans. Look at that. So, you know the score. You know what to do. I need you to be upstanding. Yes, that's why we move the comfy seats to the front. Everybody, including you, is like, no, niet. Alrighty, up we get. Let me hear you make some noise for Devin! Woo!
There we go. Hi, Barometer. How are we doing? How are we doing, guys? You all right? Yeah? All good. So thanks very much, Kenj, for that. Good introduction. So my name is Devin Tomlinson. I work for Halewood International. And obviously, I represent a group of really cool brands and have the joy of traveling internationally and educating people on them. At the same time, also meeting some interesting people and obviously integrating the brand's international markets. So today, in terms of what I'm going to be talking about, is the influence in cocktail culture, so past and present. Okay, be some stuff that you guys will definitely know here. Kenj, this thing over here. Clickety click. How are we doing here? There we go. That's fine. Where do we aim it? That way. It's clicking. Oh, there we go. Right, guys, so yeah, just a quick, small little piece there as well. So I've been with the company now. Johnny's obviously sitting in the crowd there, Johnny Neal. Woohoo, Johnny. So I've been with the company now since 2015. I've done a lot of international travel around with the business, set up 2 international bars, one in St. Petersburg in Russia, and another one that we've done in Thailand and Bangkok. So understanding international markets, and again, obviously a very huge pleasure of being here, obviously tonight and today in the Ukraine. But today, the theme, and obviously the entire performance here at Barometer is about people. The influence of people and what people represent in our liquor industry. So for me, obviously at the core of what I do is interaction, networking, and obviously getting people to enjoy and endear our brands. So my experience at the moment now, obviously everything's changed. So being a brand ambassador and being someone that is constantly meeting new people and coming to trade shows like these, COVID and the last year and a half, we've had to resort to online and Zoom. So that interaction has been lost. And obviously, that's what we're going to amplify about this today. Sorry, clicker's not working there. Yeah? Yeah. Bunch it down. Okay, cool. Right, so we're going to start off quickly with early influences. So I put together a couple of, for me, influences in terms of the liquor industry that have shaped, what it means to be interactive with consumers. So Professor Jerry Thomas, the father of American mixology, he was the first celebrity bartender, obviously very famous for his whiskey blazers or Irish blazers in American culture in the 1800s. A very famous one too, Ada. I think a lot of you might know her, affectionately known as Coley. She was the first woman, obviously, to be the head bartender at the American bar at the Savoy in London for 23 years, actually. And she created the Hanky Panky. I think a lot of you, obviously, a gin-based cocktail. And she actually trained up Harry Craddock. So Harry Craddock, some of you might know, Harry Craddock was the guy behind the author of the Savoy cocktail book. All right, and obviously all the drinks in that. Another one, in terms of influence, in terms of the popular culture, Dick Bradsell, the father of the obviously the 90s cocktail revival, and the creator of the Bramble and Espresso Martini, all right, which all of you will know about. And we talk obviously past, but for me also present. And I had the pleasure of spending some time with Simon in New York when I was in the US. And for me, Simon is the epitome of influence on people. He was the first that actually created the brand ambassador, what it meant to create advocacy, educate, teach people about brands. And for me, Simon was one of those guys that created the culture of bartenders, talking to bartenders, but at the same time also including consumers. So he created the advocacy of the brand ambassador. A very famous one too, in London, for those of you that come down, the world's best bar, Dandelion by Ryan. And for me, he's also a huge pioneer at the moment in terms of influence due to his sustainability in cocktail bars. So he's all about at the moment sustainability and how to obviously interact with consumers on that level in bars. Another anecdote for me is popular culture. So besides those people influencing cocktails and influencing that internationally, for me, popular culture also resonates with why we drink what we drink today. I think a lot of you will know these movies. Casablanca. Who knows Casablanca? There we go, got some fans there. So Casablanca, guys, the daiquiri, the Manhattan. Okay, and for me, a movie that kind of inspired a cocktail culture of a revolution as well too. And obviously the very famous Mad Men, all right, the revival of the old-fashioned. A very famous guy, Don Draper, in the movie, obviously revitalized an old-fashioned in terms of that culture. Another two, both of you will know, 007, James Bond, all right, the Vespa Martini. All right, so for me as well, a huge influence in terms of cocktail culture. And as you can see as well there, it led to the increase or huge increase in that revolution of gin sales in the UK too, and globally. So shaken, not stirred, James Bond. And then the one on the far right, you can tell me what movie that is. Sex and the City, there we go. Sex and the City and the Cosmopolitan. All right, so the famous Cosmo from that too. So for me, these evolutions of popular culture resonated with people in a different way than influencers did. All right, these people watching the movies, resonating with that, going out to cocktail bars and replicating that experience that was obviously portrayed in these. Now for me, something a little bit interesting, the rise of social media post the COVID reality. So now we think about influence. We've spoken about people influencing people in terms of cocktail culture. The modern day, the rise of the digital era, we're finding people now being influencers and they have no background knowledge on cocktails, brands, or actually any of the products. But they've got a huge following on social media. So this whole digital era now where you don't actually read a cocktail book anymore. The days of reading cocktail books, unless you're not a bartender, is gone. People actually look for recipes online and follow recipes through Instagram, through TikTok, through social media. So for us, the daily active Instagram stories users increased, as you guys can see there, to 500 million in 2 years through this whole process up to 2019. And obviously now TikTok is up to 1 billion in terms of that too. So as I said to you, for me, a platform that's very interesting. I'm actually not on TikTok, but TikTok, a bit more of a younger generation, but an influencing generation, a generation that is influenced by people through videos and content. So there's a hashtag on TikTok called DrinkTok. If you follow that, you can find all the recipes, you can find all your drinks, and basically watch people going through classics. But these people are just influencers through social media, not because they've had the background or the history. So that's, in terms of the growth, as you guys can see there, it's now up to 1 billion monthly active users in 2021, a platform that was only started 3 years ago. So post-COVID, this whole reality now of people being influenced by social media rather than traditional influencers like those famous people we spoke about. A very famous TikToker as well, so Evie, he's obviously creating homemade videos or cocktail videos at home. His posts now are getting up to 10 million views. You know, someone like Ryan posting up photos or Simon creating a video will not get anywhere near that. But because of the rise of social media, people are influenced by these people on these platforms. So how does the look for the future? So in terms of social media, we're looking at a hybrid between these two. So for me, there's still that essence of how are we influenced in terms of drinks, our drinks choices in cocktail bars. So looking ahead, trends and virality don't necessarily mean innovation. So innovation in category, although there's a lot of innovation happening all around the world at the moment in liquor trade, that's why we're here today, it doesn't necessarily mean that through trends and virality. All right. Now that consumers are returning to the trade, we're starting to see cocktail bars opening up again, and this new world of social media is still going to continue. I'm sure a lot of us in the room here, we're connecting through Zoom and obviously FaceTime through that whole process of COVID. And as me as a bartender and as a brand ambassador, how do I connect with my markets? And obviously that was obviously through Zoom and online. So for me, going back to bars and being at a bar show with you guys here and educating and making drinks again, that essence of what it means to actually be influenced by people is coming back, which is what we need in the game. And how can we achieve this? A very famous bartender, Javier, he's made a couple of dirty martinis and dry martinis for Andy out in Barcelona there. But a very good quote. You cannot take away that representation of what it means to have that interaction with a bartender. A good barman, apart from knowing distilled alcohols, liquors, elaboration, and mixes, must also have a good psychology and empathy. All right, understanding people. People buy from people. They must listen, see, and observe, know the clients, and make them feel like the main character. All right, so the whole experience that a bartender creates is for you to have that full experience. And if we're not having that and it's only done through social, where is that empathy? Where is that connection? And we feel like the industry has lost that through this. So in terms of personal touches, very interesting stats for you guys, modern day stats on what's happening at the moment. 29%, so 30% of consumers internationally don't even look at cocktail menus. The first time they walk into a bar, their first drink choice is influenced by a bartender or someone at the bar, all right, as you can see there. So asking bar staff for recommendations. So the interaction of bartenders is still vitally important to ensuring that the success of our industry continues. Consumer expectation. So a couple stats. All of us are consumers here. Yeah, we were at Loggerhead last night ordering some cocktails. What is your reasoning behind ordering drinks? What influences you to ordering drinks? 79% of consumers reckon it's fresh ingredients. So the ingredients in your cocktails, obviously made from scratch. The second most important, 77%, is well-trained or knowledgeable bartenders. Very, very important. All right, so the significance of that is we still cannot lose the personal touch of empathy of bartenders and that interaction. The vessels, we all know, very important question. Drinks glasses, vessels, how they are served. And the correct garnish, all right, also very important in terms of social as well. All about aesthetics, people drinking with their eyes, okay. The theater, unfortunately, we've seen a decline in theater. I think flair bartending and obviously the whole theater behind the bar is something that we really miss. But the industry is declining in that space, and we want to try to bring that back. And the only way we're going to bring that back is by getting back into the trade again with bars, all right, and opening up again post this process. Harnessing the power of social media. So just a couple stats with regards to social. I'm sure we all pretty much know that, but the age demographic, 84% is obviously between 18 and 29, all right? So the youth, obviously majority of youth are influenced through our social media, whereas a little bit more of the older demographic are still influenced by that interaction with consumers and people, all right? 3.78 billion social media users, so 48% of the world's population is on social media, all right? So it's still an integral part of the whole process. Harnessing the power of social media. So a strong online presence can open doors for you and help open up your business. So just a couple pieces here. Having a clever and succinct bio. So just a couple pieces from my side for bartenders and brand ambassadors. How do we harness this going forward? What do we do as a balance? The first, as I said to you, having a succinct bio. Establish a good quality photo style and keep it consistent. So for social media, have a good presence, create your content, have an idea of what you want to do, not just putting content up, but have a purpose. All right, who is your audience? How are you engaging with them? All right, be authentic and unique. All right, there's enough people in the world copying each other. So for us in the industry, it's all about creating unique content, unique serves, unique brands, innovation, but always remaining authentic at its core. And finally, the most important for me is engaging and getting to know your community. All right, as an influencer, as a bartender, as a brand ambassador, if you don't understand the people that you're talking to, you can't sell the products or you can't interact with them. The hybrid future. So the balance between personal connections and social media is of paramount for success. All right, so what is going forward with all of us here today? What is the future? It's a hybrid between both. Still having that interaction, going to cocktail bars and having that influence with bartenders, but at the same time increasing your social media content. All right, making sure that it's unique, it's authentic, and creating authenticity with that too. Okay. The essence of people buying from people never change. So I'm sure all of you being here today, it's an amazing experience to all be back in front of a crowd again, making cocktails, having that interaction. But the essence of buying products and that endearing nature of enjoying brands, still you don't get that through social media. So people buying from people, all right? And that's obviously the name of the game, and that is why we are here today. Constantly educating and upgrading your skill set. So as bartenders, brand ambassadors, people of trade, never stop learning. That is the name of the game. Reading, researching, and again, making sure that the content you are reading is legit too. All right. The global hospitality picture. So for me internationally now, what is going to happen going forward? We open up the world now, everyone goes back to hospitality, but we're finding there's a huge gap with people at the moment, especially, I'm based in London at the moment, in North London, and we're having a huge issue with staffing or hospitality. All good? No, we're good. Thanks, Kenya. The global hospitality picture. So in London at the moment, we have a huge issue. There's roughly around 1,500 jobs available and only 450 bartenders or hospitality employees. So there's a huge over-index of jobs now available. Why? Because unfortunately, through this whole process, people have had to find other careers. So the hospitality picture, going back, is now more important than ever. All right, cocktail bars, buying from people, and supporting your local bars and cocktail bars too. The last thing as well, before we finish up there, drinks give us a feeling. I'm sure it's the same or similar for all of you guys too. Bartenders are the artists, and we're here for the ride. So for me, going to a cocktail bar is all about that experience. You don't just go there to sit down, and enjoy a drink. You communicate, you're going there as a social occasion, and for me, the whole experience is what you go for. So by not having that, and not having that interaction anymore, we've lost that in terms of the industry. So that's why it's very important for us in terms of influence to make sure that we still support all these bars with that too. All right. Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much from my side. Thanks, Genj.
All righty.
And the bands.
So once again, let's hear a huge Kiev welcome for Devon.
Sharp way, thank you.
We were chatting earlier and said if anyone wants to ask any questions, because I know they're the big fans of your brands, you're going to hang around.
100%. Yeah, we've got 3 stands here, guys, as well downstairs. We've got some cocktails down there too. And if any of you are coming tomorrow as well, we've got 2 tasting sessions in the rooms as well. We've got a gin tasting session with Whitley Neal and a nice rum tasting session with Dead Man's Fingers after that, guys, for tomorrow. Okay.
Cool.
Awesome, guys. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. Social media handles, and I'll hopefully have a drink with you guys soon. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sick. Good? Huh?